Little boy, you should be in your father's arms tonight. Little boy, today the darkness stole your light. And oh, little boy, this never should have happened to a boy. A little boy, I'm sure you're glad it's over, but our hearts are broken without you here. And I heard your mama crying, and I heard the wings of 20 angels flying. There ain't nothing that I can say. Little girl, your presents wrapped, they're waiting for you. Little girl, this house so still, so sad without you. Little girl, this never should have happened to a girl. A little girl, you need to know we're sorry, and our hearts are broken without you here. Today a nation's crying, and I heard the wings of 20 angels flying. Are there any words to say? Would you give new life and then steal it back? Is this all part of the plan? Is this your sovereignty? Were they really called home? No, it can't be that simple. We've wrestled with you, now we crawl away crippled. And I heard our Father crying, and I heard the wings of 20 angels flying.
I've got two souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow, don't turn all of my stones.
Rock bottom make a man and some pressure make a gemstone. Trying to put $1 to my name like Creflo. Niger boy, late to the game, it's in the blood flow. And I'm from the south, it's thick skin and tough bone. Big attitude through big lips with gusto. Trust no kings, that's why they tried to crush souls. But it's IGBO, when the dust blow, this old head be standing there. No silver, just gold. on the hustle. I was born to grind. Yo, I'm scared of your potential. I'm adorned with mine. 30 times around the sun, man. Of course I shine. My legacy will not dwarf with time. And in my daughter's eyes, it's basic. I must not say quit. Every day sees a present like a Rob St. Nick. Walk a fine line between tenacious and patient. I can't slip. I'm fighting clocks and they can't win.
I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way grown. Trying to find my way back home. Count my wounds as in desert comes slow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way grown. Trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror? Oh, oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Impeccably I flow, hardest raps you know. Breaking status quo, reaping what I sow. Artistry like Van Gogh. Get it from my mama hip, so thick that I need tempo. Personality, spicy body banging like a bongo. Cause black women been it since Timbuktu, since Pharaoh. Sponge rollers and hot combs, lips, cheeks and brow bones. If you ain't for the culture, then please stay out of my zone. These little dummy rappers could never grace my headphones. See, I'm from a place in space where ain't no storytelling, you just had to have been there. If you want the battle, ain't no problem, say where. I got so much experience, I can't even play fair. But I'ma keep evolving and growing and hurting feelings and showing you need endurance to go in. I got mileage on this pen. I've been busy cause I've been out here schooling all these kids. Took 3 decades to have this glow up that I did.
I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way grown. Trying to find my way back home. Count my wounds as the desert comes slow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way grown. Trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror? Oh, oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. Turn all of my
guys know, I know you guys were checking shoes last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly! Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Austin.
Chloe, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh! You wanna get sued?
Judgment, Austin.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love it when he does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. And it's so good to see all of you guys tonight. And hey, I see that we had a super sticker come in from Holly. Thank you, Holly. And also Mally Cat. Hey, Mally Cat, so good to see you. Thank you for gifting a Lady Freedom's Raw Narrative membership. If you got a membership from Mally Cat, make sure you say thank you and welcome to the Dragon Tribe. And oh, look at your cat. I love your guys' cats. Holly's cat is so cute too. Oh my gosh, the orange cats are just adorable. And I saw those stars, so I wanted to go up and say hi to everyone. And hey, Chuchi, thanks so much for being here, Chuchi. And yes, guys, viewer discretion is always advised. Tonight, we're going to go over some court records, but also I wanted to go over autism spectrum disorder from an expert opinion who was evaluating Nicholas Godejohn in court. And I thought he did such a good job of putting it in terms that everyone could understand, as well as bringing in some of the evaluation aspects. I thought it would be really interesting to talk about it because both Sebastian Rogers and Devlin Tate are autistic. And so that is something that should always be considered and was considered in some capacity when searching for Sebastian in the beginning, right? Ken Widener was looking into other cases that involved a child on the spectrum. So, very, very, very good thing to do, in my opinion, right? But I think that where the issue lies there is that they were looking at the water, right? And once we find out more about a person and more about their habits, and especially with people on the spectrum, they have routines and things that they like to complete, ways about doing things. We're going to learn a lot more about people on the spectrum tonight. But with that being said, once we realize that there are certain sensory issues to that particular individual, our brain needs to shift, and we always need to follow the facts. We need to have the shift in order to follow the facts, right? So we're not going to stay stagnant, especially if we haven't found the person. The very definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and over again and expecting different results to come of that, right? That's enough to drive you mad. So, in that way, our perspectives change as we learn more about the individual person. So, we're going to get a little bit more into the individuals that Sebastian and Devlin are. The first part of my title is kind of funny, and we'll go over that. So that'll be our first stop, though, on the show. Also, please hit the like button, guys. I really appreciate you. I am going to go to the Gathering of Voices for Sebastian Rogers. So that's one thing I want to remind everybody about, which is happening on the 2-year anniversary. I really hope that Sebastian is found before then, and I can maybe still make a trip down there to see my friends in Tennessee, because I do have a lot of good friends that I met while I was in Tennessee. And sometimes I just would like to be there with them. And I know that they're going through a lot and it's very difficult. And I just really hope and pray that we don't have to do the Gathering of Voices. But if we do, I'm going to be there. And so either way, I'm going to be there at the end of February for probably a week and a half, I guess. That's the plan. So I'm planning for that. So I'm going to make a video, a fun video, but I just haven't gotten it out yet because I stumbled upon this interview last night and it just kind of took me again in a different direction. There was a shift, and shifts are good. Shifts happen in real estate. And I'm going to tell you more about that as well. Hey, little Miss Sharon, good to see you. Thank you so much for being here and hitting that like button, and then also putting in the prayer hands and blue and green hearts in the chat. Thank you so much. Hey, Holly S. We're going to do a lot more comparisons. And thank you, Holly, too. When it comes to Devlin and Sebastian's cases, I think it's appropriate, especially because of everything that we know about Devlin's case. And you guys are now familiar with the dynamic with the family. It's a big family. And we're just going to keep diving in, but we're not going to go backwards. We're going to keep, going onward and upward. And hey, Gail, thank you so much. That's right. We are Sebastian and Devlin's army. And guys, I always see everybody working so, so very hard on both Devlin and Sebastian's armies, right? Just everybody pushing content out, everybody talking about Sebastian and Devlin. We've had a big jump in people and interest in Devlin's case, and that is always fantastic. So I'm happy to see it. Hey, Snack Pack, good to see you. And Gail is here. Or I just said hi to Gail. Sorry, Gail. Meow is here. I also see Kelly Holcomb. Good to see you, Kelly Holcomb, and Mally Cat. Thank you again, Mally Cat. And whoever got a membership, I haven't seen it yet. But welcome in to the Dragon Tribe, Dragon family. Hey, Bo, good to see you. Hey, Valley Gal, good to see you. Also, Cool Gamer. Hello, Cool Gamer. We are 21 and over, so we always have to put that disclaimer in, but you're welcome to stop back by, once you're a little older. If you're not of age, we just want to remember we do talk about really tough topics here, guys, and it is viewer discretion advised. I will say, just even in true crime in general, um, some of the things that I've watched or listened to on a podcast, expert opinions. I mean, if you go watch like Joe Scott Morgan, try not to be eating a snack during that time. Some people can do that. But some of the in-depth perspective on how even the natural order of things, of body decomposition and things like that, is very tough to listen to. And so I just always want to be mindful of that. Plus, night court, guys, my mouth gets really dirty at night court. Even though I don't want it to, it just takes on a mind of its own after midnight. So, because that's usually about the time I get done with my greetings. Hi, Andrea. So good to see you. Just popping in to say hi. Can't stay. I'm back in the books. Ooh, hitting the books. Well, that's great, girl. Yeah, I have to watch a trial for school. Oh, which trial are you having to watch? Maybe we could do a live on it. I do want to do a live also on Jasper. Jasper is one of the little boys that I put in to the video that I made for the end of the year. His case seems to maybe be going internationally, in terms of where he was taken. Um, he is just as cute as a button, right? And then also, sometimes people do take babies in order to keep them. You know what I mean? So I know that's creepy. I mean, again, listen to that. That is so creepy. Think about having a beautiful little baby and someone taking your baby. I would go ballistic. Um, oh, yay, Kelly. All right, Kelly got it. Yay, Kelly. All right. Welcome to the Dragon Tribe. Yay. Yes, please don't please don't forget to subscribe. And yeah, get your magnifying glasses out tonight, guys, because we're going to go into some in-depth conversations. And I always love to hear your guys' thoughts on things. So it's going to be a good one. And that last video, that song, All That Is Unseen, whenever I heard that song, I knew it was the perfect one. But I took a break after I listened to it because it was just so sad. And then I thought about all the kids that I was going to put into the video, and that's where I get hit hard by that stuff. But I also enjoy putting it out because I hope that it's heartfelt, genuine, and I hope that it does bring the families comfort, or just knowing that we're still talking about them. Like even Gabby, because I know Gabby has been a while, but her case is near and dear to my heart. As we all get invested in these cases, if you have a heart, you can't help but give it away when you have these beautiful kids and the circumstances involved. Even when it's a person that is over the age of 18, because I know arguably Devlin is, and we're going to talk more about that as well. And as we look at his individual self, right? So we're really focusing on Devlin and excuse me, in his individual self, to further understand where he might be. Hey, meow. So, hey, Witchy Mama. Hey, Shauna. Good to see you. I left you a heart on your video today because I saw one of your shorts. So thanks for being here. We all got to support each other, right? Especially if we're talking about Sebastian. So I got kind of a weird comment today. Not weird. Please reach out to me if there's anything, that you think I should know. Because I don't know everything, please. Plus I can't keep up with everything. But somebody had sent me something about, maybe the drama channels are going hard against Seth or something. And I thought, well, that's a shitty thing. Um, you know, Sebastian's case is hard because there's a lot of recycled rumors that are going around. And I think that in Seth's case, if the more that we kind of stir the pot with Chris and Katie, the more they're going to stir the pot with Seth, right? And this is exactly what I didn't want to happen in Devlin's case. And I'm glad that it's going smoothly so far, right? That's why I nipped it in the bud right away when I saw it going on with this smaller channel. Um, and the family members are facilitating some of this, right? So that's the problem, right? On both ends of the spectrum. When we have, Seth, who was obviously not involved, right? Safe to say that, especially with all the tests that he's undergone, just everything. All the experts have weighed in on Seth's um, body language, his genuine care. If you look at his face right here, I mean, yeah, I could probably go to any of the videos and snap one that looks just like that. He looks devastated. Devastated. I would be devastated. Again, I would be a lunatic, and they would probably hide from me when I came to the police station for answers. And that's all that Seth wants, is to find Sebastian. He wants to know where he is, and nothing else matters to him besides that. And so it's very difficult when we hear creators talking about real estate, and they are absolutely unequivocally incorrect about the real estate photo that they've received from Zillow. So, Reptile Wildfire, good to see you guys. Welcome into everyone. Thank you so much for being here. Hey, Janet, good to see you. Um, I really appreciate all of you guys. Hey, Gina, Mama, good to see you. Good to see you guys. Thank you for being here. Okay, so hey, Holly, yes, can you can see his pain, and that's it. Like I was trying to, you know, be a support, right? But it's difficult when you know that there's like absolutely nothing that you can do or say to help, but you're trying to just be there for a support, right? And just be like, hey, we stand with you. You're not alone. And I think that's super important, but it's also very helpless because you can see his pain, Holly, and it's so sad because you just want to like I just want to find Sebastian too. And I know everybody like feels that way. It's like you just feel helpless then. You're like, well, what can we do? And we all try to put our heads together and get ideas, and that is so important, and it's so sweet and kind of everybody. That's why I love the true crime community as a whole, because people do get together. And Katie and Chris, I've said it before, they need people too, to support them. So, I mean, maybe I don't agree with what's going on, but they do have to have people, because it's good to know we're not alone. Do I think that Chris and Katie have guilty knowledge? Yes, I do. Am I looking at Katie because she was the last one with her son? Yes, I am. But it's not only that. It's the fact that we don't have any evidence that he left the house. It's the fact that Katie has changed her story several times. It's the fact that the neighbors keep coming out, and even though it's not always firsthand knowledge, some of it is hearsay. They're saying all the same things, right? And for a neighborhood that is very leery um, of having outsiders' influences, they're reaching out to people, on the outside, because they know that internally something isn't right. Good morning, Faye. So that's the big issue that I think. And then also we have a distrust for law enforcement that is out of this world. Brenda says Seth's pain is so genuine and Katie seems cold and detached, uses distancing language, and her body language is very telling, in my opinion. Yeah, I agree with that 100%, Brenda. And, even Katie's distancing is a big, big, big problem. Her distancing is the problem. And if it wasn't so oversaid and overdone and overused, I was going to go over what Nerdy did on the analysis that he put together for the program that he used, or some software that he created, in order to um, look into linguistics and different avenues of analyzing an interview like we do, but the computer kind of spits out what the computer can find in terms of the words that are used. Even like Susan Constantine um, test that she did, or whatever you want to call it, was interesting because what it did was it keyed in on certain words and it picked out how many times each word was said and all this stuff, right? So it's very, very interesting. But it's so overdone. Like, yeah, we know Chris and Katie bombed, and then we know that Seth bombed. So we're gonna do it, but it's just the fact that like I was listening to the Go to John analysis again. I've listened to it this a couple of times. Um, but then I went back to it as I was doing some research for Devlin, and he just started talking again about the autism spectrum. And I was like, oh, yeah, this is really interesting that I could bring in. So we kind of changed up, what we were going to do with that. But yeah, I mean, it's like the computer has told us, the experts have told us. I mean, how many times it's just the hard headed hate channels, right, that are on Chris and Katie's side, or they're diehard Chris and Katie fans, right, or whatever you want to call it, supporters, and they're just not going to get. They're not going to get it. It doesn't matter if our Lord Jesus Christ came down and told them all, "You're absolutely 100% wrong." They would say, "No, no, no." They just can't. They can't wrap their brains around it, and that's all right. Let them believe what they want to believe. Just let them do it. I mean, what are we going to do about it? I mean, I'm not going to sit there and dwell on it because that's idiotic. I'm sorry, and I'm not saying they're an idiot, but that's idiotic, in my opinion. A waste of time. Hey, Shadow, so good to see you. And Janet says, Katie, where's Sebastian? Last person with Sebastian. And then another thing too is the shoes, right? None of his shoes are missing. Bubba, did you fall out of the bed? Oh, it was just a thud. Just a thud, she tells Nancy. Oh, Anna, you got your hoodie today? Oh, heck yeah, girl. And you can tell me, I'm just getting to the comments. I'm sorry, I'm behind a little bit. I'm here, Miss Ann. Good. That's wonderful. Yay. All right. Well, I don't know where Maui is. We'll have to get Maui. I'll email her. That's fantastic. Do you like it? I know there were two different kinds of purple ones. Um, that is so cool. Yay, Miss Ann. Well, hey, just in time because you had a birthday. Um, Reptile Wildfire says, "Oh yeah, don't forget leaving snacks in a blanket on the porch. Who does that? I know. I don't know. I think it was performative at best, right? Reptile Wildfire. I think it was like performative, like, oh, I do care about him. I do care about my son. I do care about Bubba. But it's all distanced. Sorry, that was my best Katie impression. Yeah, a missing child. Well, and I mean, I know that there's never going to be the same response, right? I mean, you're going to have social norms, and we're going to talk about social norms tonight too. And as it relates, excuse me, as it relates to autism spectrum disorder, because that is a big indicator that someone is autistic. Hey, Nancy, good to see you. Also, let's see. I saw a good snack. Okay, Snack Pack says, "Is there any truth in what they were saying? They were stating things for facts, so I wondered if there was any truth with it." So, I did not watch. Like, I didn't get a link for it or anything. I just heard about it, and I was like, "Well, of course, that doesn't surprise me because I know that, like, even." With Chris and Katie's side, and again, I'm not sticking up for them. I'm saying is that like it's ridiculous. Like if they move, guys, so what? Are we gonna really be that surprised if they move? If their house is not on the market. Look, there's a multi-listing system that is used to display and advertise and organize all of the home listings that realtors have, right? So That's what it is. It's a multi-listing service. You get what's called a nerd number, and then you have access, to that system. Everybody gets a specific number. Um, so with real estate, Zillow, if you're a realtor out there, you probably know what I'm talking about. Zillow is like the bane of our existence because Zillow never does proper home listing, right? It's never accurate. The home price is never accurate. It just is never accurate. People think because they've gone on Zillow that they know how much their home is worth. And then they go to a real estate agent. They're like, oh, how much is my home worth? Well, then a real estate agent goes out to your home. They will assess the condition of your home. Location and condition are huge factors when selling a home, or even, when you're considering the uh, pricing or the home's value. And so a real estate agent will have to come out there, and what they'll do beforehand, if they're a good agent, they will produce comparables, right, comps for the area to you upon their arrival, and they'll give you kind of a good idea of what the other homes in the area are, and that way they'll be prepared for the conversation of valuation when it comes to their client, right, or a prospective client. And so, as a real estate agent, what you do when you first get to work in the morning, or if you're really savvy, you wake up and check it, and you see what houses are going to be expiring off the market that day. And then, once you see that they're expired, you call the homeowner, and you ask them if they're going to be listing their house again, right? Now, let's talk about the three ways that a home is listed anywhere, right? Like even on Zillow. If a home says off market, that means that it's not on the market. First of all, number one, right? Number two, if somebody made an offer on the home and it's under contract, it might say pending next to it, right? Like the sale of the home is pending. And then the third way would be to see it would say sold, right? So it just sold, and then that would put it off market. Sometimes a homeowner will put their listing on and then they'll take it off, right? So you can go on market, off market. Usually it's like a 90-day listing most of the time. Sometimes you could get people to do it for longer. It just depends on what you've come up with the homeowner, right? What conversation you've had with that homeowner, and what kind of service you're going to be providing for the homeowner. And getting their home sold is the goal. Little Miss Sharon, thank you so much for your $5 super sticker. And guys, I can say this all is factual because this is how it works in the Midwest. I can at least say in Missouri. Tennessee has very similar laws when it comes to real estate law. And I'm very, very, very versed in Missouri's real estate law. I've done contract to close work. And when I started out, I was just someone who would call the expired listings and set up an appointment for the realtors, right? So I'm very experienced in this arena. The Proudfoot's home is not on the market. I'm sorry. It's just not. It is not on the market. And guys, how many times are we going to listen to that rumor? I've at least heard that rumor 5 times throughout this case. In the last 2 years, I've heard that. And if Katie comes up pregnant again, right? And this is the thing. This is not this is not the days of our lives. This is the days of Seth's, life. And this is the days of Chris and Katie's life. And ultimately, it's Sebastian's life, right? But for some reason, people just want to like start with this crap. And I seriously can't take it. I can't. So I just ignore it. But I do want you guys to understand that if you see a Zillow listing and it says the house is off the market, that means it's not on the market. It's off market, which means not for sale. 1006 is for sale in over there in Victoria Place. 1006 is for sale. I think it went on market a couple days ago. I have my sources. Okay, just trust me. I'm not going to show you a receipt because I was not digging for that. The point is this is a rumor, in my opinion. Um, it's something to talk about, right? I'm not poo-pooing, right, talking about it, but I mean, how many times has this been a thing and they've never moved? They've never moved. So, and then also, if, like I said, if somebody starts saying Katie's pregnant, another crazy rumor that is not even, again, it doesn't matter. Um, but I just thought it was funny. Terry Lynn is not Grace's Gavel. They're two different people. Now, Grace's Gavel has two different channels called Grace's Gavel, and then she's Chroma Chronicles. Just like Minnie used to be Minnie on the streets, but then she's turned into Chroma Reels. But neither one of those is Terry Lynn, guys. They're all separate people. I used to be friends, thought I was friends with all of them. So I know all those motherfuckers, and none of them are the same person. KJ Mac, hello. Hello, love. Thank you for being here. Okay, so like, I mean, even that silliness. Come on, guys. They're all separate people. I know they have alts, and yes, it's weird. Grace's Gavel has talked to herself as Chroma Chronicles in her own chat. It's very disturbing, okay, to say the least. But again, not going to help find Sebastian, doesn't pertain to his case. Terry Lynn was a physical excuse me, she is a physical person that was actually handing out flyers and putting out yard signs and stuff and putting green bows on the yard signs. That was an actual thing that she was doing. I watched her do it. Faye, Faye was in there. Faye, you were there. Sorry, Faye. I just so happened to see. She says, it's not the Prophet's home. This ISB crime scene where Sebastian got missing from, in my opinion. Well, I mean, it needs to be at least looked at like that, Faye, that's why I put it on my little list back here, my board, because I'm like, I mean, he went missing from that house, but yet we have no proof that he went missing from that house. And what's even more bizarre is that we have this flyer that's been changed, and this is where it was changed over, right? Sebastian Drake Rogers, excuse me, I can't talk tonight, was last seen on February 25th, 2024, in the area of Stafford Court in a sweatshirt, black sweatpants, and a black square framed glasses, right? But they're saying that he was last seen in the area of Stafford Court. Before this, it said the 26th, and I do have it on my flyer back here. I'd show it to you guys, but I mean, it's just like, I'm sure it's on one. I'm sure I have it. And the words might be too small. Anyway, it was listed as February 26th, last seen in the area of Stafford Court. The details matter, especially when we're trying to figure out where they left from. And here's why. If Sebastian just poof disappeared out of his house, that's really freaking weird, and we can't even believe that. That makes absolutely no sense. That's impossible, right? But if he was last seen in the area of Stafford Court, what area was he seen in? Walking in the neighborhood? Because I've never seen a video of that. His father's never seen a video of that. And as a matter of fact, when he asked for proof of life of Sebastian, they showed him the Texas Roadhouse. They showed him the Texas Roadhouse. I think that speaks volumes. I mean, without them just coming out and saying it, right? Because maybe Craddock doesn't want to say much. I mean, there has been a lot of back and forth. And again, I'm not sticking up for him, please. But there's been a lot of back and forth. So, that's my theory as to why they haven't cleared Seth, is because they're not trying to stir the pot even more. I mean, if they cleared Seth, then what would all of our deductive reasoning tell us? Right? What we already know is what it would tell us. But even further, it would cause more crap in the long run. And unfortunately, the police do not know where Sebastian is. like, isn't police, I mean, Sumner County Sheriff's Office doesn't know. TBI doesn't know, Tennessee Bureau of Investigations. Neither does the freaking FBI. They have a $50,000 reward out for him. And by the way, if I'm reading between the slashes, the FBI is saying that Sebastian has been kidnapped because that's what it says. Kidnapped. You know what? I'll show it to you guys. Hold on a second. I'm going to paste this in the chat. So it's crazy. Hold on. Right. So here's this beautiful child, and he is on the most wanted list. But right here it says kidnapped / kidnapped. But there's a $50,000 reward for him. And he's just as cute as he could be. Right? That's Sebastian. You know, it's sad. That's when he was at the boot barn. These are very recent pictures right here. You can notice that Sebastian has, a couple of like freckles, moles right here, identifiers. He's got a cute little dimple right here. So there's a lot of identifiers for Sebastian, right? And he was wearing glasses. Oh, here we go. There's that button. Hello. But there you go. Spiky hair. He's just cute. Out there somewhere. Missing. And his mother was the last one with him, right? But that doesn't mean that we need to just like make up rumors that her house is on the market, do we? Is that where we're at with things, or because there's no proof or evidence of that? Hey, Lori, and I'm just not going to speculate on things that are not proven or confirmed or evidence, guys. We have to stick to the facts here anyway. Everybody else can do whatever they want to do. I don't have a problem with it. I love everybody that's talking about Sebastian. That whole thing blew up with Mob Crew. Oh my God. Yeah, I don't hate somebody that I pay for a membership for. My membership is active with Mob Crew. And there were people that I had to let go whenever I was doing my trip to Pigfest. So he wasn't one of them. So I would say that I think very fondly of him. If I was being frugal, I got rid of my Netflix. I got rid of, you know what I'm saying? Come on, be real and stop with the division. It's not a good look. All right, money and power. My opinion, people were paid off to keep quiet. I agree, Janet. Someone knows something, saw something. Please, whoever, come forward. Too long going on. Yeah, I mean, people might be growing a conscience right now, right? They might be giving up extra camera footage. They might be doing all of these things. But I mean, where were we when Sebastian went missing? And I think it's very corrupt. And that element is something that I know bothers people who are good people, right? Because we can't ignore the evil. We talked about that last night. There's consequences to doing that. When you do that, the child goes missing. When you do that, your family is not the way it should be, right? You're in need of some intervention or some help. I mean, let's just talk about it. Chris and Katie were going to be getting a divorce, right? Going through the big D, and I don't mean Dallas, right? They were about to like split up. Chris wasn't coming home on the weekends, stuff like that. When things like that happen, I mean, people go off and do things. Thanks, Faye. Yeah, I mean, she was out there, guys. She's a whole separate person. It's so silly. Thank you, Faye. It's so silly. And guys, I'm not mad, but sometimes I get annoyed. I mean, I'm like at the annoyed stage for sure. Thank you. Thank you, Hawkeye. Good to see you. Facts only, not speculation. Well, I think speculation is healthy, but just like not the right way. I'm not saying I know the right way to do things. I'm just saying that if you're speculating off of facts, that's the place to be rather than speculating off of a rumor. And when somebody's showing you something and it clearly says off market, but nobody will step outside and say, no, that's not true. Hey, you know what I'm saying? That's what's kind of creeping me out lately. Some people do go to the, Janet, it's funny because we had that conversation in here a few days ago, like who would go to the cemetery at night? A lot of people. A lot of people. Um, you know, well, and I told you guys, I think a long time ago about the story about Bachelor's Grove. I mean, it's like very haunted. Al Capone, is one of the haunting people that haunt it, right? I grew up near there, so like we went there as kids at night. I don't think it was 3 a.m., but it was definitely dark out and late enough. I know some of the bigger cemeteries, there's little hiding areas and places that kids can go over there and party, or do things, even if it's not like, that cemetery is so small and it's surrounded by all these buildings and especially like the fire station. I haven't I forgot to look about the firefighters. Do you guys know if anybody's local, if those firefighters like are active at that house? Like do they stay overnight on shifts? Because that's usually how firefighters do things, but I don't want to, speak out of turn if I don't know. I mean, I still think they okay, so that's me. That's where I'm really, really stuck because I honestly believe that if Sebastian left the house that night, it was at 3 a.m. and it's the silver car. I think it's the silver car. I think we have more, but maybe that's because I can actually see the silver car, right? I mean, and I've considered that too. Um, I can see that doing, see that going by, it tripping off the lights, as Mob said, all of that was like it all clicked, exactly where it needed to for me. And so yeah, I mean that's where I think that if Sebastian made it home, I just can't say either way. That if he did or didn't, I wish I could, because then we could narrow things down. But I mean, mm, you know, but yeah, I mean, 3 a.m. And the thing about it, it sucks because of the cameras being jammed up and things like that. Because that's another thing I was thinking of. Do people think that they're giving, the right footage, but their cameras were jammed? Because we know, that whole thing, I think I still have a picture of it. I mean, this is how much I believe in that theory. Obviously, we've gone over it a million times. Oh, I still have this back here. Okay, here you go. There's Chris, right, from Mob Crew. For those of you who are here for Devlin and stuff, because I know you guys are not as well with this case, vice versa probably. But um, this is the silver car I'm referring to, and this is the neighborhood camera that caught it on tape. It going by, right, and but then we see this, and we can see that the camera was off a couple of days. And I don't remember how exactly long, how many days it was jammed up, but that's a hardwire camera, and so it would had to have been hacked and not jammed like with a camera jammer. And we had a pajama camera jammer party, by the way, that if you've missed it, go back and look in my playlist. It was a good night. We kind of just went over things. And we've gone over the jammers in depth as well on another night too, but I just, made fun with it. Uh and here's I mean, look, I got all these pictures still back here. And there's the silver car again. So, I mean, there was definitely activity, no doubt about it, in the neighborhood. No doubt about it, in my opinion, at the cemetery. No doubt about it at the school that there was activity. Between the hours of 3 and 5 o'clock. It seems like is from what um the last video that I watched. So I mean, and I can't watch every video. I really can't, guys, or I'd never create my own stuff. But I can't see them hanging around that area for long. And if they were they like just ditching things? Like Worshams, you know what I was really tripped out about Worshams when I went there? Behind Worshams is like a river. Like if it had been up, now there was a drought and it just started raining the next, or excuse me, that Sunday I left. um, that water could have been up and it could have been flowing, right? So, they could have thrown anything in there and it would have just went, "Boop, see you later." So it's just a shame. It is a real shame. And I know that the distrust in law enforcement is high, and I cannot say that, I can't argue that, because I don't really trust law enforcement when it comes to Sumner County Sheriff's Office. They haven't given me a reason. Hey, Lori, thank you so much for hitting the like button. They haven't given us a reason. They've lied to us. We've, told them. Uh, it's just ridiculous. Um, or excuse me, we've caught them in lies. Sorry, I was reading something else. Um, yeah, okay, so with the camera jammers, like I said before, somebody would have had to have hacked in there. If they do, I want to just reiterate this too, and if they did do like a jam situation, um, they would have to do it in close proximity because what they're doing is they're messing with the filters. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't even know the uplift edit, like, it was many people that were saying it, and people were like, "They're moving, they're on the move," and I'm like, "Well, I know they're on the move because it seems like they Katie did a lot of driving, lately." But I also, I don't know, and again, guys, when I went past there, it appeared that Crabtree's truck was in the driveway. I don't know if he was there for a visit for coffee on Sunday morning, or I'm sorry, we were there Saturday morning. On Saturday morning, I mean, some people go over and hang out. I mean, I know that they're friends, so, but like, again, I don't know if he was living there, and I don't really care. So what if he was? The last I heard, they had like a GoFundMe for him. And so, he's got a wife and kid, so maybe they were letting them stay there. I don't know. Like I said, I really don't care. It doesn't, I mean, it has nothing to do with Sebastian. Yeah, and it blows it out of proportion, and then people are like, "Well, you know, I mean, I personally wouldn't be surprised, Lori, one bit if they moved, if they just like even if they ran away to wherever, like any other state other than Tennessee, where nobody knew them as well, right? Or nobody knew Sebastian's case as well. Um, and they moved around a lot. A lot. Like, I mean, think about Nina's interview and how she talked about how they never had like a real home. They were just moving from place to place. You know what I mean? And so, I mean, because Chris is so immature, how he met his other wife is like they were like roommates. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just very like kind of a vagabond lifestyle, type of a thing, in my opinion, just kind of going from place to place. And that's kind of how they were doing things, where they would go here, they would go there, and then they left California for a similar reason. So I'm not saying that it wouldn't be like very probable for them to put the home on the market. Now, I mean, there's pocket listings, um, there's for sale by owners, right? So we call it a FISBO, for sale by owner, and you don't put that on the multi list. So I mean, yeah, if they're a FISBO, if they're a for sale by owner, but the thing is that no one's gonna buy your house if they don't know what's on the market. So where are they advertising it, right? It could be word of mouth from Kathy, you know? But if they sell it, big deal, you know? That doesn't help us find Sebastian because any kind of clues or anything fell by the wayside, the improper investigation. So, and it doesn't matter to me, uplift edit though. It doesn't matter to me. Um whether they're selling their house. I find it interesting that Katie was uh, absolutely fast to leave in the beginning. Yeah, that's why I'm not surprised now. Right? Because like if you legitimately don't know, okay, let me back it up. If I woke up at 6 a.m. and I did a big yawn and stretch, usually I have to pee really quick, right? And then you wake up your kids. That's going to be, 5 minutes, whatever. And like she said, she wakes Sebastian up at 6, so she got up, whatever, 5:45. But you go into your kid's room and you realize that they're not there. You're not leaving that house. Period. And you don't know what happened to them, you're not leaving the house. Right? But to keep harping on it and harping on it, I mean, yeah, if we're telling the story, but if they move, what is that gonna do? I mean, they've probably been in and out of that house and not really staying there much, you know? And a lot of times, Lori, it does bring in FSBOs to Zillow. Zillow will bring in FSBOs and stuff. And then you put a yard sign in your yard. And then, like I said, if you're a good realtor, you will call the FSBOs. That's how you make that money, people. I've made a lot of money at it, made a lot of money for other people at it. I'm very, very well versed in real estate. And like I said, it's very similar, Tennessee and Missouri is, because even in some states, you don't own your like property mineral rights and things like that. You don't own the airspace on top. Some states you do, and Tennessee is one of them that's like that, and so is Missouri. So, just Google it, y'all. Yeah, running and well, and then nobody really likes him. Holly seems like he's always had to be running and changing things. Yeah, because it's like he doesn't get along well with people, so his neighbors are like, eh. And then they isolate, that's a big thing with narcissists. They isolate, you know, and it sounds like they were miserable. According to what we heard from Bobby, the neighbor, right? They were arguing a lot. He was saying horrible things about Sebastian, just horrible things. And we're going to talk more about that, like I said, when we get into this video, because people that are on the autism spectrum are not the R word, right? People who call other people the R word that are on the autism spectrum are the R words, right? They're ignorant and they don't even take the time to understand a neurological disorder. They just start calling people names. And when you're a stepfather and you're participating in that sort of disgusting behavior, I mean, I have no respect for that man. None whatsoever. Because he's never taken the time to show Sebastian any type of respect. And now he's missing. Right? And Chris likes to go on all of these different podcasts and talk about how no autistic child is the same. And Sebastian had issues with social and emotional dysregulation. Well, no shit, Sherlock. But did you ever think for a second that maybe you should try helping him with that? Or are you just too busy calling him names? Because clearly you claim to understand Sebastian's diagnosis, but you call him a word that doesn't apply anyway. So are you just doing that to be a turd? Are you just doing that because you're an asshole? Because you just can't have it both ways on that. Because no good person acts like that, especially to their stepson. You don't. And no mother allows for a man to treat her child like that. He'd be out, 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 out. Hey, Kylie's nail candy. No way. His bags would be packed and on the freaking porch. Witchy says if there was any evidence in that house, they wouldn't sell it. New owners could tell, all kinds of search in it. Well, and I mean, I'm sure if their house was listed, somebody would buy it fairly quickly. Just somebody with that curiosity, somebody that had the money. Um, I'm sure everyone in the neighborhood wants them to sell their house. If I lived in that neighborhood, I would want them to sell the house so that way other, people would want to buy my house when I was ready to sell it. Because I'm sure none of the neighbors are, thinking they're going to get. But again, guys, going to valuation, going to price, condition of the home, we have a new subdivision that has been finalized, and that's going to raise the prices of the Proud Feet residents. So there could have been a Zillow, like, hello, because the home's value has gone up, right? The Zestimate, which is a crock of shit in and of itself. I'm sorry. If anybody is a realtor, please raise your hand. None of us like Zillow. It sucks. So does realtor and all that. I mean, you put the home listings on there, so then that way you're advertising for the seller and you're doing your fiduciary duty. But other than that, we don't like them because no, you'll go to a seller's home and they'll think that their house is worth this estimate and it's not. And then you have to have a tough conversation. It's not fun. So either way, let's see here. Sorry guys, I forgot I need to list this video or we can't watch it. Hello. I just got too busy talking with you guys about this subject to do what I was supposed to be doing. But I think you guys are going to enjoy this analysis by this doctor because it's going to help us understand a little bit more about autism and about, Sebastian and Devlin. Well, and Chris keeps on, Hawkeye, Chris keeps on, going to different sources. Like the most recent one was Nerdy Addict, and he was, giving him half truths, in my opinion, from what I know about the case, at this point. And, he was kind of like, he was trying to build some trust with him, for whatever reason. He's a smart guy. I can see him doing that for one from that standpoint. If you don't think that Chris doesn't stalk us and vet us, it's crazy. We're crazy to think he doesn't. He's a psychopath. Plus he's narcissistic. Well, and that's another thing we don't see, Janet, in Devlin's case is people aren't being threatened. The family is fine with people searching. The searchers are not threatened. The searchers are talking with the family. It's a completely different situation. Altogether. That part is so creepy. All that is unseen says here that have there been any age progression sketches of Sebastian? So there hasn't been any age progressions yet, but I believe we have to wait until the 2-year mark in order to see that happen, which is unfortunate. This one to me looks like, and I got some comments from last night's live too, and this one is an older picture in my opinion. It looks like Sebastian when he was a little younger, right? Not terribly younger, but younger in my opinion. I don't think he looks like he's 7, right? Is what I'm kind of trying to say. But you can see here, this is a very nice mature picture of Sebastian when, he's looking like his self. He was just he had just turned 15, right? He had his 15th birthday, December 7th, and then 2023. And then in February of 2024, he went missing. So a couple months after he turned 15. And since then, he's had 2 birthdays. So yeah, the older photos. Well, and the thing is that Katie loves sharing the fun family photos of her, Chris, and Sebastian, but they're all when he's younger. I love this photo. This one is so cute. That's Sebastian, and he has a big burrito with cheese on it in front of him. It's like with queso on it. In this one, but it's cropped out, and he just has that cute little smile. And this one I suppose is probably like before school or something. He's in a button up. He looks like he's about to go to school. I don't know. I'm just guessing, but these are older. You can tell. You can just tell, right? But then the most recent photo of Sebastian would be from the Texas Roadhouse, right? So let me go ahead and take this off, get my big head out of the way. And you can see a total difference in Sebastian's, even his haircut. You could tell he's got a different kind of haircut, right? Everything is even in the front and all, combed forward or down. But that's the most recent picture of Sebastian. There's Mr. Proudfoot with his flying monkey socks. Flying sock monkeys. So, yeah. That is the most recent, but I mean, even his school picture was pretty recent as well as this one, because this is when he was getting the boot barn photo, and this is when he was actually, getting that new pair of boots. So, but yeah, I think the optimism T-shirt was wrong. Yeah, I mean, unless they move to like, Iowa or something, I mean, that's pretty far away where people might not know about Sebastian. I mean, Katie could get a job there or whatever. Chris is crane operator. He was looking for crane operating jobs in Canada. I think it's got to be now like 6 months ago. Don't quote me on that, but I mean, if they think people aren't watching them, they're sadly mistaken. Everybody's going to watch what they're doing, but to make things up is silly. And especially when something says off market, you should just be smart enough to see that it's off market and not perpetuate rumors. Because the more that people do that, the more that they're going to go after Seth. Does that make sense at all to anyone? Anyone, please help me. Realtors? I'm just kidding. But I'm just saying, like, I mean, just think of it like that. I mean, it's not helping. It's not helping. It says no. Oh. Nuh-uh. Terry Bowersox has a thing that says that. Oh my god, Kylie. That is so disgusting. Today I heard the strike and spare footage is from 2023. So what's going on? What? Oh my god. I haven't debunked that one yet, Kylie. I'll let you know. I have no idea where to even start with that though. I mean, what the hell? I don't know about that. How would they know that? Or where's the proof? Or what's the proof in the pudding? Terry Bowersox was nowhere to be seen Monday morning. That's a good point, Faye. We had Lori on the scene. We had Mama Socks on the scene. Where was Papa Socks? Papa Socks. Little Miss Sharon, thank you. Aw, thank you so much for gifting a Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives membership. And if you got a membership, please say thank you to Little Miss Sharon. Aw, thanks, Little Miss Sharon. And also welcome to the Dragon Tribe. I have an autistic grandson, and they basically have the same characteristics. It's the humans in their life who are different. Some have love and some don't. Well, and I get that, Hawkeye, and thank you for sharing that. And the thing is that we're going to learn a little bit about how, with extra help and structure, that we can improve someone's situation. Now, not it really depends. It's a spectrum disorder. So if someone is profoundly autistic, there's going to be a big difference, right? But you can still work with the person and give them and meet their needs and give them what they need to succeed, right? But when we have family members who have a bumper sticker that they think is describing their grandson, but really they're just describing themselves, like the nasty pieces of garbage that they are, it it poses a problem, right? We have zero self-awareness at that point. I mean, such, right? Mr. Prove it, prove it, prove it. Oh my God. The proof is right there when you do that. You know, it's a jerk move, Lori. And then they wonder why we look at them like that, but they provoke it. And that's the thing. I mean, we just really got to ignore a lot of that stuff because it's to provoke outrage, you know, and then that way they can step back and say, "Oh, I'm being harassed. I just have a bumper sticker on my car," and everybody else knows why they're so outraged, why they're so upset, why they want to protect Sebastian, you know, all of this stuff. It makes sense for the people who would want to protect Sebastian from such a cruel type of, for one, stereotype, I guess you can call it. That's another thing that I don't want to do while we talk about autism tonight, is even put labels on anyone, not Devlin. It's just interesting to understand autism, and then that way we can work from there. But but the main thing is that we cannot just, you know, label somebody because everybody's different. It's individual. Everybody's individuals. I know we love our little Miss Sharon. Aw. Oh, okay, welcome, CA. See, I can't always see them, guys. Aw. It's obvious. It's very obvious. And that's the word that we've heard over and over and over again to describe Sebastian from the Proud Feet clan, from the Foot clan, right? Let's put a stinky picture of them up. That sounds like a good idea. That might make me feel better. Right? Yeah, you know, you wonder why you get roasted because you're stinky. Quit being so stinky and we won't have to roast over here, you know? And gosh, guys, I would love to think this is a monster in the night. Like I think it's more horrible to fathom a parent taking, you know, the life of their child or hiding their child out, especially a child on the spectrum. You know, when we talk more about that, it's like super stressful to take them out of what they know and what they're comforted by. So right there is the most low down dirty shit that you could do to a child on the spectrum, an individual on the spectrum. It doesn't matter because of its a neurological disorder, it affects these people, and because it's been studied, you can see different levels of understanding when it comes to that. And for somebody to take that comfort that's supposed to be giving comfort is like the most sinister, ugly, evil thing, right? In my opinion, it is. Shadow says, so Devlin's family is cooperating. Why didn't they at first? You know, I will say that Devlin's family has always, and okay, so Devlin's family is kind of a wide statement. Tamra has worked with law enforcement, I think, the most from the beginning when it comes to Devlin. So it was confirmed to me that Tamra allowed for law enforcement to come into the house to check the house and things like that. Um, there was an interesting text message put out, and I didn't want to review it because I didn't know if it was true or not. But it does appear that it's true. So we're kind of going to get more into that. But, you know, she has absolutely signed Devlin up for like Missing in America, those different resources. And then she has also um been involved with law enforcement. Um to some capacity, they were talking with the family at first, but it's very difficult when the family acts in a certain way that's going to completely turn law enforcement off, right? And it's not that they're not looking for Devlin or working hard to find him, but they're not going to be so quick to um, give information when the family is pointing the fingers in both directions and fighting back and forth in the way that Devlin's family has been fighting back and forth, in my opinion. Even in my humble opinion, from talking to Tamra, from talking to Sabrina more, more briefly, talking to Matt more briefly, and then talking to Jessica quite a bit, I've come to the realization that they are never going to stop going at each other's throats, no matter what. It's always going to be the pissing match. It's always going to be the back and forth. They're responsible when collectively they're all responsible. And that's what is so very difficult in this case, because they're not working together. So they're working independently. And then again, Jessica's not doing much of anything besides feeding into the drama. So that is very difficult, right? And it's been very difficult to get people to be honest. So I've had to do a lot of listening and then considering if things are factual or not. So, the things they do with the photo drives me nuts. Oh, I know. Oh, I know. And it's tough, right? Because it's like, who are we really looking for? Now, when it comes to Sebastian and say the clothing he was wearing last, right? So I'll just pull this right back up again. So sweatshirt, black sweatpants, and black square frame glasses is what they had put in the details about Sebastian's description, right? So we're looking for a black sweatshirt, black sweatpants, and black square frame glasses. But the problem is that Chris and Katie came out and started changing that too, and saying, no, he wasn't wearing that. It was a long sleeve black shirt. It wasn't a sweatshirt. It was a long sleeve black shirt. And by the way, he was wearing Adidas style pants that had the white stripes down the side. Hey, Gina, they didn't live there very long before he went missing. Excuse me, either, in my opinion. Yeah. They lived there, I want to say, they lived there for 2 years, almost 2 years, if I'm not mistaken. Because I know they lived at White House before that, but they were moving around quite a bit. And, I just wouldn't be surprised if they did sell their house. I don't know. Apparently those were on Chris's phone, Faye. Faye says, are the 2 photos KP took at the Texas Roadhouse. Those apparently were photos that were taken and given to Chris and sent over to Chris. Oh, Holly, did you renew your membership? Thanks, Holly. Aw, thank you. And welcome back to the No, I'm just kidding. You're always the Dragon Tribe. What were the findings from KP's smartwatch? No one knows. I heard there was activity on the smartwatch at 3 a.m., but again, that's never been confirmed. So I can't, I kind of put that in the rumor box until I can, until it's been confirmed. If it was me, I'd be showing you guys that information. I'd be like, look, I was asleep. But that's just me, guys. I'm very outward like that. Some people aren't like that, but I am. I'm like, here, you want to see it? So that way we don't have to keep on with this here, but some people are like, I don't know. And also I think they like the attention, Faye. Chris and Katie say they don't like the attention, but they act like attention whores, in my opinion. Oh yeah, I still don't think that this went the way that they wanted. I don't think so either, Holly. I think there was a lot of mistakes made, a lot of mistakes. And what they told law enforcement initially is most likely what the details are and where they came from, right? Because we know that because they were telling the news stations that too. So is it, and this is for, the haters, right? Something for the haters, right? So here's a little something for your haters out there. If we're to think, right, that law enforcement is just a bunch of liars, or they just don't listen, or they got it completely wrong, or are we going to believe that Chris and Katie just got it wrong, right? Or Chris and Katie weren't telling the right information, right? Because when they came out, and in my opinion, I'm sorry, this is kind of a little bit fragmented, but it just makes me think of a bunch of different things because I mean, if I was law enforcement and I took down a description of a missing child and the parents went on a podcast a week later and started talking all this nonsense, I'd be pissed off, to say the least. You mean that I went to your house and had coffee with you and you gave me the wrong information that I've been spreading out since day one? I'd be a little bit annoyed by that. And don't forget, these are Navy, right? These are retired Navy. I don't know what the frig to call them. Seamen. They're seamen, right? Eric Craddock is also a seaman, right? So if I was a seaman and another seaman lied to me, I'd be a little bit pissed off about that just for principalities, right? I'd be a little pissed. But then again, there's no respect if you're lying to a law enforcement officer, especially when they're trying to help you find your child. So here we have Chris and Katie lying to law enforcement, saying he was wearing all black, a black sweatshirt, black pants, right? And then he brought his glasses. He brought his glasses, but not his shoes. Okay, sure, right? I mean, I'd be PO'd because this is the story they wanted them to believe in the beginning. And then they turn around 8 days later and tell Duchess, "Oh no, you guys got the pants wrong." Right? Or no, actually, I don't even think they changed it then. I think that shit started on Smiley. Am I wrong? Well, what I am over here is really behind in the chat, so I apologize. You know? Hawkeye. Hey, Batgirl. But yeah, so I mean, like, I think that's when he started saying, "Oh, it was the '70s style Adidas pants. You young cats wouldn't know about it." And then he goes on the web sleuths and he says, "Oh, it was the '90s tearaway pants. You young people won't know," or some stupid shit. I mean, it's just all to cause a circus. But you bet your butt I'd be pissed off. So I think that we have to ask ourselves, is law enforcement lying? Because what skin do they have in the game to lie? They don't. Or is Chris and Katie lying about just the description of what Sebastian was wearing? You know? And a parent that wants their child to be found is going to be very specific with that. Because here's the deal, guys. If his glasses were found, which a pair of glasses were found, then maybe we could locate him. Or if we knew the specific t-shirt, long sleeve black t-shirt he was wearing, whatever logo was on there, that's what we would be looking for. So anytime we're out there looking, we would be looking for that logo, and that could bring us closer to finding Sebastian, just like his pants. Just like his pants. Right? And the pants are a huge, huge mistake. A very big, big mistake. And another thing that's a really big, big mistake is trying to make any of us, law enforcement included, believe that Sebastian went without shoes on. And that's why I play it every single night in the intro, even though I know my intros might be a little bit tired because I've had it for a long time. But I play it every night to remind you guys that Eric Craddock did not believe Katie. He says his mother said all the shoes are accounted for at the house, but I'm not going to say that he's barefoot. Deputy Craddock, now Sheriff Craddock. I'm sorry, fellow seaman, Sheriff Snugs Drugs. But he didn't even believe Katie. He's like, she's bullshitting me, right? But he grabbed his glasses. Sebastian had the wherewithal to grab his glasses, but he didn't have the wherewithal to put shoes on or a coat or a hoodie or anything. No way. Nobody with a brain believes that. I'm sorry. And I'm not saying that, I'm the most intelligent person. I'm not. But there's just no way, you know? Oh, jeez. Oh, I see. Okay, thanks. Thank you. I just looked over at my phone for a second. Thanks, Chi. Okay. Sorry, guys. This is taking a little bit longer to load than I wanted it to. But yeah, the Sebastian Rogers case, as we're coming approaching the 2-year mark, I really want people to think more about spreading awareness than spreading rumors. And why rumors are a bad thing is because a lot of the times that stuff blows back on Seth. And I've talked a lot about representing Sebastian's army in a good way, in a positive way. Um, and I just don't think we can do that if we're constantly like making things up that aren't true. And also it just makes it easier for them to say something bad about us, right? And I know none of us just, can't wait to get up here and say the wrong thing. Most of us are trying to say the right thing. So, I already know the intention is not one of malice, but I also just kind of want to put that disclaimer out there. I'm trying to think if there was anything else that I wanted to touch on with the recycled rumors. Oh yeah, but again, if Katie comes up pregnant, I mean, I'm just not believing that. She's kind of getting up there. A 40-year-old pregnancy is a geriatric pregnancy. I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but I highly doubt. I mean, I just don't think Chris and Katie want kids, guys. I'll just say that. But that has been a rumor that has come up about 5 or 6 times. It's a cycle. It's a cycle of these things, right? The house is on the market, they're gone, they don't live there anymore, da 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 da. Well, I mean, we know that Chris travels a lot for his work too. So, whoopsie, sorry. That was me dropping my phone. Um, we know that he works a lot out of town too. So, I mean, when he's not there, I mean, there might be a reason for that. Um, Katie, we looked up her, job. Like, does she do Brink's home installation techs travel far for work? Do they travel in order to do that? Typically, no, they stay local. So, I mean, her vehicle mileage is very questionable in my opinion, especially going, from one end of the country to the other. I think that's something to examine, you know. Yeah, did police find at home the clothes Sebastian were wearing at the Texas Roadhouse? Yes, they gave them to the scent dogs according to what Chris and Katie said in order to, find Sebastian. I gotta put that on the board, right, Hawkeye? The monkey socks, the flying monkey socks. Um, where is Sebastian? That's the top question. You know, and I think also when we think about like obviously he got out of the house somehow or he didn't make it home. It's quite difficult to figure out what happened next without any type of good lead. And when I say good lead, I mean like seeing Sebastian on camera, a digital footprint of some sort, it really makes it difficult. And so again, it also leads me to believe that it's a very strong possibility that Sebastian never made it home that night, because the last proof of life video that was shown to Seth was at the Texas Roadhouse. They couldn't give him any other type of proof of life video. And that speaks volumes to me. So, and it's sad. Kathy doesn't own the real estate agency, and Terry doesn't own the dump. A lot of ridiculous rumors. Thank you, Gina. Right. Thank you. Yeah, Kathy doesn't own it. She's not the broker, right? She's just a realtor. And last I thought I heard something, which I don't care. Like, that's the thing too, guys. It kind of goes a little bit too far, right? In a certain regard, because I mean, but I heard somewhere that Kathy decided to go start working in the office, right? So that just means that she's, doing that. And but big deal. What does that have to do with Sebastian? I think it's odd behavior, right? That Kathy and Terry, they seem like they didn't like Sebastian. I mean, Kathy should be a proud grandma, and she didn't have any pictures up, and very strange. And as far as I know, they don't own a mortuary. That was another thing, Gina. But, when people hear that, they're going to be like, what the heck? I mean, rightfully so. But if it's not true, then again, we're wasting time and energy and thought on a rumor, you know? And those things are very easy to find out, guys. If you just do the digging, they would have been out. We would have had proof of it by now. I'm just going to take that, into consideration. In my opinion, Katie and Chris would have loved it if Seth was a suspect. Well, and I think that was a big mistake that they made too, Kylie, is, that Seth was at work that night. So him being on camera at the prison is quite a rock solid alibi, if you ask me, you know. So, I mean, they should have picked a night where Seth was off work, right? Then again, I think back then, before all this happened, if I'm not mistaken, that Seth would probably be at home playing video games with his friends or something online, or, he would have been doing something like that. He seems like he's, a homebody. Um, and I know him and Sebastian used to go places and stuff, but, it seems like Seth likes to chill and play video games, right? I mean, I do too. I have games on my phone that I like to play. I don't play like, the same games as any of them probably, but even Sebastian, but I like to game too. I just feel guilty because I don't get enough done then if I sit there, because it's addictive. You'll be like, oh, I'm just gonna play one more level before you know it, you've been playing for an hour again. So um there's that to consider. Seth said that he arrived arrived on Sunday at 7:30 a.m. and the house was full of people. So many. Oh, you mean Monday morning? Yeah, yes, Kylie. Yeah, he said that he arrived on Monday at 7:30, and then the house was full of people. So any evidence would be in question. In my opinion, I think so too. I think they contaminated the crime scene, for sure, and I think that was all, by design. That was planned, right? Because what was Kathy doing there? And also, like I said, I question it too. But even Worsham's, her car being cited at Worsham's. I mean, we don't know if that's true though. We have no proof, and that's what sucks, But there was a bunch of people there, you know. So good night, Miss Anne. Oh, I'm so glad that you got your sweatshirt. Get some good rest. Maybe, Kylie, maybe. I think he was taken to Danny Geyser or Bower Sox, in my opinion. Well, we know they all work together. That's one thing that we can kind of, count on, is that they work together. they have no problem, doing those evil and dirty things for each other, and terrorizing other people and live streaming it, and they're that's just the kind of people they are. This is actually for the trolls. This is what the Foot Clan is, uh, by Dr. Phil.
These are the people that actually are so sick, they feel good about themselves for inflicting pain. And it's something called the dark triad. They have narcissism, Machiavellianism, and psychopathy. And there's something called Schadenfreude, and it's when joy is derived by someone from another person's misfortune.
Yes.
So it's this dark triad. These are people you don't want to meet in real life.
No.
They're ugly people, and they will go virtual to real world sometimes, so you've got to be careful.
You're not.
And there's been a lot of actual psychological research into these people. These trolls post inflammatory, off-topic, insincere messages to hurt, provoke others, and they typically hide behind fake names or phony accounts.
Yeah.
And it's really interesting that their makeup is antisocial and sadistic.
All right, guys. So that's just, trolls in a nutshell. They get off on other people's misfortune. They come into the chat. They write off-topic comments. They're ignorant. They care nothing about how it affects or hurts anybody else. And they want to make everybody feel as bad as they do inside. They project. They have major issues, right? So that was from, good old Phil. And they bullied Sebastian. They bullied Sebastian to no end. Hey, Kylie Ray. I know you're Kai, or on the other one, Kaika, excuse me. And so I just got thrown off because YouTube does that all the time. I'm like, hey, and then I'm like, wait, that's your avatar. Need to find out who lives on a bit of land where Melissa lives. Yeah, I mean, I kind of have all of them. Well, because, Jen's map, I mean, she shared it with me and stuff. So, and people have sent me like genealogy in different areas and things. So I'm aware, um, and I always was worried because of Kathy's connection to real estate. Like if I know you're a realtor and you have certain properties, some of them are vacant, right? Some of them have land on them. In Tennessee, a lot of the houses do sit on, a little bit of land. So, yeah, Chris and his comments about cement. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Well, and he laughed about it too, which is sad. Yeah, and that's another thing. I mean, I think it was Betty who was talking about, what are some areas that only Chris would know? Because when you live in, an area like that, um, there's quite a bit of areas where only you would know where to look and that sort of thing. Um, okay, here we go. I'm just gonna give me 1 second, guys. Give me just one. Okay, guys. So I wanted to share this with you guys, and we're not really completely shifting gears, but we're going to kind of shift gears a little bit, and kind of move over to Devlin's case, but also how it pertains to, the autism spectrum disorder. Also, one thing that's very similar, I mean, obviously similar, but, kind of um, oddly similar, is that Devlin and Sebastian have the same rare chromosome deletion as well. Um, and so That's another thing to kind of factor in, you know? I'm right. Thank you, little Miss Sharon. That's funny. Yeah, well, and I mean, oh gosh, and the thing is they act so horrible. The church is one, you know, I was looking over some older emails and going over some of that stuff to Kylie Ray, and it's amazing. Some of the stuff. I'm like, oh my gosh, like some of the ways in their teachings and things like that, no respect for people who are different whatsoever. It's really sick. Um, I just got thrown to a Trump thread and I'm not even American. Oh no, Hawkeye. Oh my gosh. Yeah, and some of those chats can be pretty nutty. Some of them are nuts. Um Sour socks and crab trees. Craddock's church, is that a description what they all go by? As well. I don't know if they all go. I know Long Hollow Church is the one that Craddock is like is on his Facebook. So he was an adult, but it makes no difference. Same condition in bigger skin. Yeah, exactly. And you know, Hawkeye, the one thing about Devlin is, you know, he did have a couple years on Sebastian, but he also ran the streets to survive. That kid ran those streets, right? And then he had people around him where he had no positive role models whatsoever, right? So, you know, nobody's going to tell him not, you know, not to do that or behave yourself. You know, they were more worried about having him clean up after them and stuff like that, in my opinion. Um, Let me go ahead and put Devlin up here. Give me 1 second. And I'll move myself over. Well, I guess let me go ahead and move me over. There we go. To there. At least. All right. So there we go. And let me go ahead and share this also. Okay, because that other video just uploaded, so just bear with me so I can grab it. So again, guys, this is an expert, and this is from Nick Godejohn's trial. Nick Godejohn was talked into, in my opinion, taking the of Gypsy Rose Blanchard's mother, Claudinia Blanchard, also known as Dee Dee, in Springfield, Missouri. There was a trial, and it was very salacious and odd, to say the least. But the story goes, you know, Gypsy Rose was supposed to be wheelchair bound. She had all of these different diseases, diagnosis, ailments, but then we find out that it was all a ruse, right? And she was Freedom Church is the one up in Gallatin. Yeah, Kylie Ray, that's the one that they all go to. The Foot Clan does, in my opinion. So, you know, in that case, they evaluated Nick because they found out that he does have autism spectrum disorder. So, in order to make sure that they were treating him appropriately in court, which they didn't, by the way, in my opinion, they, but you know, we'll get into that at a different time because I do plan on deep diving in that case. Either way, they brought this expert in to evaluate, and when they did, they realized that Nick did in fact have the autism spectrum disorder. And so I thought it was interesting to bring it in here because it really this doctor does a really good job of explaining autism spectrum disorder and that stuff and that good stuff. So here we are, Lady Freedom presents, right? Devlin Hatfield Tate had no one who cared about him more than themselves. Devlin Lee Hatfield Tate, I'm going to say it again because I do not feel bad in the slightest. This is the truth. Had no one who cared about him more than themselves. Let's get right into it. So Devlin went missing April 21st, 2025. He was just shy of his 19th birthday, right? So we have Star Wars t-shirt, striped t-shirt. Devlin was living with these two along with Sabrina, her boyfriend, and Sabrina's young son from her previous marriage were living in the house with Devlin when he disappeared. So we have Tamara, who's the mother. It's her house, right? Sabrina moved in with her. Devlin was already living there, but he ended up going to jail for a time period. And then Sabrina moved in, right? And then she brought her new boyfriend, and she also brought along with her young son. So we have Jessica, who is in the blue dress. She is Devlin's biological mother who lives in Arizona. Okay, so this is from December 10th, 2024. Devlin Hatfield is feeling pissed off, right? With one young lady and two others. I'm severely pissed off right now to the point I'm starting to have back-to-back panic attacks. That's how pissed off I am. People want to sit there and disrespect me and pin it all on me to the point that my adopted mom went off on Tammy and told her that she would gladly go to jail over me, and Tammy told her go right ahead and that she didn't care. Right? So I just kind of want to put this into perspective that even before the time period of Devlin's disappearance, Devlin was having a lot of issues with his family, right? And this is from December 10th. December 9th, even though it's still an hour away, I wanted to see this before you go to bed. And that is Devlin talking with his mother and his mother's boyfriend, right? So we're going to get into that piece. All right. On January 7th, Devlin says, I need prayers for my mama. She's currently in the hospital right now. Unfortunately, I don't know why, but I need all the prayers that I can get. What a sweet kid, right? So he's caring about his mom, right? He's worried about her because she was in the hospital, feeling concerned, right? And then this lady's like, well, I hope it's not from stress, and prayer hands. And those are all the comments that he got. So these are texts that were sent to me by Tamara Tate. Again, this is the head of the household, right? It's her house that they were all living in and where Devlin went missing from. These text correspondence are from 2 days later on January 9th, 2025. All right. So, Jess, Devlin said you were in the hospital. I hope everything is okay. He's pissed because you won't answer him at all. I need to talk to you about him when you can and are able to take a few minutes to talk or text. So this is Tamara getting a hold of Jessica, talking about how Devlin is very upset at the moment. Hey, IML, very upset at the moment and wants to talk to her, but he does know she's in the hospital, and this is 2 days later. And she texts back later that evening, and this is all Michigan time, by the way. Jessica has a different time zone because she's in Arizona, right? She says that she's been in the hospital. I just literally got home from Phoenix, and Devlin can go right ahead and be pissed off. I'm going to need a few days to figure things out because right now I'm not really sure how to handle Devlin, right? I'm not really sure how to handle Devlin. Hey, Jen. Good to see you. All right. So she's not sure how to handle Devlin. She lives in Arizona. She was never in Devlin's life until he was 18 years old, and they reunited when he was 18 years old. But somehow she doesn't have any time for Devlin. She can't handle him, right? And it's going to get worse before it gets better. But I wanted to show you this before we get into the doctor and what he has to say about children and individuals on the spectrum and how they handle things, right? So she says that she can't handle him, right? She says that she has things going on with her health. And Tammy says, "Why? What's going on?" And this is where Jessica lies and says that she has cancer. And given his history with Bill Tate, her Tamara's dad, because he just passed away from cancer, that she's still and that Devlin is still heartbroken over it, that she doesn't know how he's going to be handling everything. Unbelievable. Cancer, where? What kind? Is it curable? She says she's got leukemia and she's been fighting it off for years now. I was in remission for a little while, but it's back now, and it explains the symptoms for the last few months. Even though, again, this was January of this year, folks. Or excuse me, of last year. Actually, it was a year ago. Sorry. He's going to go off on Matt. He's telling Mama that she doesn't control his phone and on, right? So Devlin's at odds with everybody. Here's Matt Tate, his well, and that's the thing, Faye. Here's Matt, right? Here he is right here. That him and Matt are getting into a pissing match. We heard about the pissing matches on Crime Time Buzz. They told Jay about the pissing matches. Well, here you go. She might not control his phone, but I do, so he better watch, right? The way he wants to talk to your mom. Okay? So they're all ganging up on Devlin. And again, he has autism spectrum disorder. I'm just going to keep reiterating that until we get to the expert. He's calling Matt to go off on him because I guess Matt said something to him about how he shouldn't be talking to Ray Ray. Now, Ray Ray was in the text message from December 9th that Jessica was talking to him on the, was talking with him and Devlin made a post about it, right? So it's the same guy. Different guy, though, because Jessica has a new guy every couple months, right? He just called you a dumbass, she tells his mother in Arizona. Right? And instead of his mother acting like a mother, she acts like a child, right? Like, stoops right down to his level. Tell him to come at me like that and say it to my face right now. How ridiculous. And see how fast I go to boost and turn off his phone right now, right? His phone's a privilege, not a requirement. Now, again, guys, I've told you my feelings and thoughts on this. I think that it is a privilege, most definitely. But to sit there when Devlin hasn't said anything and she has no proof of that being said, to just say, well, I'm going to take his phone away from him, in my opinion, that's not proper to do to someone who is on the spectrum, let alone anyone. He's being treated very unfairly right now. And when it's hard to understand sometimes for some people. Now, again, I can't tell you what level Devlin is on. I've never done an evaluation on him, nor do I have the qualifications to do an evaluation on him. But when we're looking at how he functions, we can kind of see that he does very well, and he probably just needs a little bit of help. Faye, it's emotional manipulation. Thank you, Faye. Thanks, hon. Exactly. And if you can't see it, and it's slapping us right in the face. I mean, it's like I would feel so bad. Everybody says stuff that we don't mean, but I mean, this is unbelievable. So he said you should have called his GD phone if she didn't believe me, right? So then she goes on to say, I just hung up on him. This is his mother. So bet he's talking shit again. I literally just got AJ down for a nap and Devlin called and woke him up with this BS, right? Now, Devlin was trying to go live with his mother for a while, right? And she was telling him, yeah, you can come live with me, blah, 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 blah. And now she says this. Yeah, well, I'm thinking that after his bullshit last night that I'm done paying a dime on anything until he's willing to check himself in somewhere and gets the help that he definitely gets the help that he needs. I'm definitely not purchasing any type of ticket to Arizona until he does. So if he wants to come out here, he either gets help or finds a way to purchase his own ticket. So again, she's not worried about him getting the help that she knows that he needs. She doesn't care if he gets help that she knows that he needs. Right? She's not paying for a ticket anymore. Yeah, he doesn't know any of this though. He doesn't know any of this, but I'm going to say it behind his back and do something horrible to him, like tell somebody that he's in a fight with, back and forth. Jessica sent me messages to show the abuse that she said was going on with Tammy and Sabrina and even Sandra. But she was doing the same thing. Right? So point the finger and then never take accountability. No one's going to want to ever put up with that and deal with that. Not the police, not me as a creator talking to them, trying to figure things out. Right? Now you got Devlin, who already has emotional and social dysregulation issues. Now he and we're going to find out too, it's very difficult and it's characteristic of those on the spectrum to not fully understand empathy and things of that nature. You know what I mean? So just with that being said, here is Devlin showing empathy for his mother because she is having a fit because one of her boyfriends broke up with her. And she's having an outward fit on Facebook. She's having an outward fit with Devlin. And instead of being a mother and being strong and not involving him in her sex life or her problems, instead, she turns around and does this. Right? So here she is. Easier said than done, especially when he keeps highlighting me in posts that are clearly nothing more than lies. I mean, come on. This kid does not need your bullshit, and neither do I. So we're just going to keep going. But look at Devlin. I know, mama, but I'm here for you whenever you need me. I'm just one call away. What a little sweetheart. When he's going through it, and he doesn't even know where he's going to live, you guys. He doesn't know where he's going to live. He shows up at his old Parapro's house with no coat, in a t-shirt, shivering cold. And she wants him to worry about her boyfriend, Ray Ray? Please. How about Nene? Golly. All right. Here we go, guys. So I'm just going to play this through.
All the secrets I have to hide, and I struggle to make friends because of it.
Maybe it's a lack of self-awareness. It's narcissism, quite simply, that they happen to think that everything they're doing is okay and fine. It's important for them to feel better than anyone else around them.
I need answers. I need answers.
All right, guys, these are the text messages, correspondence between Jessica and Devlin the days before he went missing, and the day he went missing, she reached out to him. Right? So on Friday, April 18th, Devlin went missing April 21st, 2025. On that Friday, before he went missing, he asked his mom, "Are you up yet?" He sends another message, "Morning, mama." And these are coming from her phone. So this is going to be Arizona time. So he says, "But afternoon my time. Did you hang up on me on Saturday, April 19th? And then nothing on Easter Sunday, which was April 20th. And then around 8:44 p.m., she says to him, "Call me. It's an emergency, Devlin." Because at this point, Sabrina has notified her that they cannot get a hold of, nor have they been able to get a hold of Devlin. And so does Matt Tate. They inform her of this around 7:30 p.m. And they're all talking and everything like that. Okay. So just to kind of put that into perspective, things were not going well. All right, here we go. So Jessica at that time was 3 hours behind Devlin in the time zone since she lives in Arizona and he lives in Michigan.
Please tell us your name. Kent Wesley Franks. And can you tell us how you're employed? I'm a clinical psychologist. I'm in private practice. And how long have you been a clinical psychologist? I obtained my PhD in 1987. What is a clinical psychologist? Clinical psychology is the study of behavior. And how does one become a clinical psychologist? Well, it entails an undergraduate degree, mine is in psychology, a master's degree, and then a PhD in psychology. And then if you practice, you have to.
Okay, guys, I will rewind. I just want to say, that's funny. KJ says, I don't know. No, the boyfriend was named Ray Ray. I'm just gonna keep my mouth shut and sit on my fingers. Yeah, so KJ Mac, I was thinking the same thing. She says I'm white knuckling through. Holly, yeah, no, I mean, okay, so here's the thing about Ray Ray is I did a little bit of research because the one night Jessica was on the panel and she's like, you need to talk to Ray Ray. You need to talk to Ray Ray. And I'm like, why do I need to talk to him? Did he pick up Devlin and drive him to you or what's going on here? Right. So, of course, I started doing a little bit of digging on Ray Ray. Real innocent, just kind of figuring, out maybe, something about him. I mean, she doxed his full name. Right. And so that's why I didn't mind putting it on the screenshot. So I did go look him up and he's in a relationship with someone else. And so I clicked on her name and she looked so familiar. And I was like, whoa, this is weird. Did I go to high school with this person? Because again, guys, I grew up 3 hours away from Lake Odessa. And so it's possible that, I would have known somebody, small world type of scenario. No, the reason why I recognize this young lady, whatever you want to call her, Ray Ray's new main squeeze, is because Jessica had sent me pictures of this woman and asked me if it was Panda Bear's mom. Panda Bear's mom's daughter, right? Laura Cobb's daughter. And I said, no, that's not her daughter. She doesn't have any kids. And at the time, I didn't understand why she was asking me that question. Well, it was because it's Ray Ray's main squeeze. And because she wanted to know if that was if there was any type of a correlation to Laura Cobb, so that way she could do whatever she's going to do. I don't know, meddle in the relationship. I don't know, stalk Ray and his new main squeeze. I don't know. But it was freaking weird. And I go on his page and she graduated, which he looks like a very nice, respectable guy, actually. I'm surprised that he was messing with Jessica, in my opinion. But with that being said, he was telling this young lady, his new main squeeze, he was calling her my little panda bear. So Jessica was looking and stalking his page, just like I was, obviously. I'm not hating, I'm just saying. And then she took it upon herself to screenshot and take pictures and ask me if that was Panda Bear's mom's daughter because he called her my little panda bear. Now, guys, that has nothing to do with Devlin at all. It has everything to do with what's Ray Ray up to these days. And that was another huge red flag that I could only have gotten if I talked to her directly. So I'm very glad that I was in contact with her as long as I was. But in my opinion, I have nothing more to gain from talking to her, as she doesn't give a crap about her son. She only cares about herself. And if anybody wants to say that I'm bashing the family, I have all the screenshots and receipts to prove it. So try me.
Psychologist. Obtained my PhD in 1987. What is a clinical psychologist? Clinical psychology is the study of behavior. And how does one become a clinical psychologist? Well, it entails an undergraduate degree, mine is in psychology, master's degree, and then a PhD in psychology. And then if you practice, you have to get a license. Where did you get your undergraduate degree from? I went to Missouri State University here in town. And you say you have a master's degree? I do. From where? California School of Professional Psychology. And then your PhD? It's from the same school. And when did you get your PhD? 1987. Now, what type of clinical psychology do you practice? Do you have a specific type? I've always been a forensic psychologist. What is a forensic psychologist? I apologize. Well, it's where psychology intersects with the law, where behavior intersects with the law. And as a forensic psychologist, what kinds of evaluations would you be doing? Mostly over the years, I've done competency to stand trial evaluations, determine whether or not someone is legally insane at the time of committing a crime, risk assessment evaluations to determine whether or not someone can be safely and effectively managed in the community, what level of structure they will require, and a lot of sex offender evaluations to determine their risk of reoffense and their diagnosis. Do you have any idea how many of these evaluations you conducted in the field of forensic psychology? About 2,000 in the last 30 years. Any idea how many of those were for the state of Missouri? I moved to Missouri from California in 2004, and I've done sexual predator evaluations for the Attorney General's office. I probably done about 50 of those evaluations for the Missouri Attorney General, and a few evaluations for the United States Attorney on aggravated sex offender cases.
Wow. So this guy is like super smart, right? No, I'm just kidding. So he's got credentials and he has worked for the AG's office, right? In some pretty nasty and gnarly cases, in my opinion. And so even with the severity of the crime that he is having to evaluate this person, he has a lot of background in a lot of different facets of the criminal side, right? And he even, does evaluations to evaluate competency to stand trial and, that sort of thing. Because you know how everybody tries to act like they're crazy. So that way they can say that they're, insane and whatnot. So he's the one that kind of goes over that. Yeah, he's on it, little Miss Sharon Way. It's so good. It's so good. He does such a good job. And it's not like he's using a bunch of medical jargon that we can't understand, so it's really good for, people who don't fully kind of understand autism and how it works. But he's definitely at the creds. And I'm sorry for this awkward camera angle, guys. I know that it looks like the court reporter is doing something kind of a little risque there in the courtroom, just some of the angles that they have this lady at. So that wasn't lost on me. I noticed that when I was editing. I was like, oh, it kind of looks like she's doing something. But, obviously it's just a court reporter and a kind of an awkward angle.
How many do you think you've done for the criminal defense bar? Somewhere in the neighborhood of 1,000 evaluations for defense attorneys. Can you tell us what a CV is? What's a CV? Curriculum vitae. And I'm going to show you in one moment. We'll get it marked. But I'm going to mark as Defense Exhibit A. And ask you if you recognize this document. It's a multi-page document. Just have first look. Yes, sir. This is my curriculum vitae.
And how many pages is that document?
It's 5.
And what all is listed in that document in terms of your experience and training and whatnot?
Well, it goes through my education and my occupational history and my presentations and publications.
Judge, I would ask that Defendant's Exhibit A be admitted in evidence.
No objection that we receive without objection.
Now, have you ever testified in a criminal case before?
I have.
How many times have you testified in a criminal case?
I think about 120.
And in those 120 cases, were you ever declared an expert?
I always was.
So every time you testified in a criminal case, it was as an expert?
After I got licensed, I testified once as an intern because I was working in a forensic facility and I was not qualified then, but it was only because I wasn't licensed. After I've been licensed, I was qualified.
Judge, I would ask the court to declare him an expert witness on this issue.
On the issue of?
As a forensic psychologist. I could actually lay more foundation if you want me to.
I actually don't think that's the appropriate ruling. I think you may allow him to testify as an expert. I don't think it's proper for the court to declare anyone an expert and comment on their qualifications. I think that may be the actual methodology. But
we would ask that, Judge.
I will allow Dr. Franks to testify on the area of forensic psychology.
Are you familiar with autism?
Yes.
Tell us what autism is.
It's a neurological disorder. It's considered brain-based, and it's characterized by 2 different things. The first is impairment in social abilities, the ability to read social cues, to understand nonverbal cues, and to pick up on the appropriate emotional responses of other people. Folks with autism suffer from severe deficits in their social behavior. And then the second prong is repetitive stereotype movements. They tend to collect things. They have an insistence upon sameness. They don't like changes in their routine. Everything needs to be exactly the same. And there will be large collections, and it could be anything. It could be rocks, it could be action figures, it could be data and information. But those are the two primary characteristics.
Okay, guys, so not terribly complicated, right? We have a couple of main characteristics. When we're talking about repetitive movements, sometimes people will do rocking motions. That's where kind of the fidgets come in and different things like that. But also, again, social cues being misread or not being able to pick up on that. Eye contact would fall into that category where it's extremely difficult for people who are on the spectrum to understand, how long to make eye contact, for instance, like what's too much, what's not enough, right? And then sometimes, people on the spectrum will not understand that there's a bubble, a personal bubble, but they don't pick up on that cue socially. And so in that way, some people might find that to be a little bit too much or offensive, but in the same way, it's just part of the neurological disorder, and it's brain based. So that's where it would come from, would be, from his brain.
Are you familiar with the DSM?
Yes.
What is the DSM? What does that stand for?
It's the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual. It's updated every few years, and it lists the criteria for the various mental disorders. And that's the book that we use to make diagnoses.
Okay, guys, so the true way to diagnose this disorder would be to consult with the DSM-5 and see how that kind of matches up. But that's the manual, diagnostic manual that they use in order to find out if someone is autistic or does have autism spectrum disorder.
What is the current volume of the DSM?
5.
And in the DSM-5 is autism listed as one of the diagnoses.
It is. It's called autism spectrum disorder.
And how does autism?
Okay, and then also, guys, the only reason that it's 5, they didn't really kind of get into that, but it's because there's been different editions of the diagnostic manual. It's the 5th edition.
Autism and autism spectrum disorder differ? Or
Well,
does it?
autism spectrum disorder is the official name as it's listed in the DSM-5. Autism is more of the term that has been used over the years. The diagnosis was updated in the most recent DSM, and it was changed to autism spectrum disorder. And that's just simply what we call it now.
Are there more than one on the autism spectrum disorder? Is there more than one autism spectrum disorder?
That is the main diagnosis. There are other developmental disorders, but there's only one autism spectrum disorder. But it's considered a range. That's why they call it a spectrum. So there's cases that vary in severity, level 1, level 2, and level 3.
That's where I was getting at, the level 3. Can you describe the 3 levels, 1, 2, and 3? Starting with the most severe.
Right. Level 1 is somebody that can function adequately with support. They need structure. They need someone to help them make decisions, adapt to social situations, and provide guidance for them. But they can function out in the world. Sometimes they can get jobs. Sometimes they can participate in higher education classes. And a lot of times they can have a family and have a life, an independent life, and function independently as long as they're getting help. Level 2 is somebody that continues to demonstrate impairment even though they're in a structured situation, even though they're getting help and someone is basically looking out for their needs, their activities of daily living, helping them with grooming, cooking, laundry, and all of those things. And despite that level of structure and help, they're still having impairment. And then level 3 is the most profound level of disorder, and that would be somebody who's characterized with severe deficits in their ability to take care of themselves, communicate, solve problems, and basically function in any meaningful way.
Do you have any experience with people?
Okay, guys, and again, I just want to be careful not to, stereotype anybody, but just going by what this expert is saying, and I find him to be credible, is that he's saying that there's 3 levels, right? First would be someone like we're seeing with Devlin. In my opinion, he probably fall into like level 1 or 2. Now I do not know the exact, right, but he does seem to function on a very high level with help. But I think one major takeaway is that no matter if you're at level 1, 2, or 3, all of those levels are going to need a little bit of extra help, someone to look out after these people, right? Even as they get older. And the sad part for Devlin is that he does not have that. He did not have that. And we demonstrated that earlier. If anybody wanted to go back and look, he was too busy worrying about what other people's feelings were, even though it must have been very hard for him to process that. And we're going to get into some more examples. Hey, Scranton. So I just kind of want to point that out, that no matter, if they are functioning at the highest level, they need extra help. They need someone to guide them because they have trouble making decisions. And again, we're going to get more into that, but Devlin did not have that. And so in my opinion, I think Devlin was forced to be more social, to put himself out there more. It was probably extremely uncomfortable for him, if I could take a wild guess, even though it does seem like he did enjoy being around people. And again, I don't want to stereotype or diagnose, especially not because I'm not a doctor, but also just I don't know Devlin. I've never met him, so I don't have a good baseline or frame of reference to go off of. But if I was to guess and pick a level, it would be for me about a 1 or 2, and in functioning at a very high level, excuse me, but then also having difficulties and needing extra help would be where I would kind of place Devlin at. And Sebastian too, as he got older, with Sebastian being 15, it's hard too. And again, not knowing him, not being a doctor, all of that stuff. But I think that we can kind of look at Sebastian and how well he was doing in school, that he's very good at playing chess, that he was working on social skills with playing like different card games and things like that. Um, so I think that Sebastian with therapies and doing all of those things could really do very well at taking care of himself, you know, as long as he had the tools and also someone that was kind of overseeing his how do I want to say it? Overseeing, you know, someone that would be able to even, you know, say he was, you know, 21 years old and he got his own place, right? You know, if Seth was to go, for example, visit him, you know, and check up on him and stuff, you know, give him that independence, but then go check up on him. I think that Devlin is the same way. I think that if he had someone that was helping him along, that he would have done just fine and he would have improved in a lot of different areas. But this added stress, this added abuse, in my opinion, from all sides was not helping his condition, his disorder. It wasn't helping him at all. It was making things worse. And not one single person could key into that. Not one single person gave a damn, in my opinion. Little Miss Sharon says, yes, if an autistic person has a support person, the world is easier. Yes, thank you, Little Miss Sharon. But if you have people like CP or KP or like Devlin had, well, they go missing. And in my opinion, allegedly, I know, Little Miss Sharon, and it's like a recipe for disaster. And especially that Devlin had to go out and be social and ask for places to stay and things like that. You know, there's a couple of really big elements that are different between Sebastian's case and Devlin's case. You know, Sebastian had a clean environment, Devlin did not. You know, Sebastian was sheltered, Devlin wasn't. He ran the streets. You know, it's so sad. KJ Max says, look how different less. I can't talk today, guys. Look how difficult emotional regulation appears to be for the neurotypical. Can you imagine the distress from all the chaotic and negative feedback these two boys received? I know, KJ, and that is so true. I mean, it is very disheartening to know that they already are feeling such stress, right, from their circumstances and from their disorder, and then having people that completely have no idea. Like for one, with Chris Proudfoot, in my opinion, punishing the autism out of Sebastian. You know, if it's true that Terry Bowersox has that on his vehicle, then they're calling him a name that's not even true. But it's designed to hurt and humiliate. And then we have Devlin. And I heard that that same word was used towards Devlin too. And I also heard that they told him that he should go rot in jail. Right? Is that true? I don't know. But would it surprise me? Hell no. You know? Magic Star says facts. Imagine having natural stress of extra challenges like fitting in different learning forms, then add the trauma of being unaccepted by those who are supposed to care for you. Wonderful statement. Well said, Star. And I mean, that's the thing. The challenges are a little bit easier when you have a soft place to land at the end of the day. But if you walk in the door and you're being bullied by those who you live with, it's like you have no escape. No escape whatsoever.
With autism.
I do.
Tell us about your experience with people with autism.
Well, it wasn't added into the DSM until 1994. And so it's the disorder has been known since the 1940s. But as research has accumulated, it's become much more, clinicians are looking for it more than we used to because there's a lot more that's known about it.
All right, guys. So there's a good answer because I know I've had this question and we've talked about it before. You know, are more children developing autism. I mean, it's not something you develop, but you're born with. But we're seeing it much more often diagnosed. And so this was an interesting statement. I just kind of wanted to stop in on. It's been known, he says, since the 1940s. And again, I look at him as an accurate witness here. But he says that it wasn't accepted in until the 90s, early 90s, right? And so in that regard, with the research boom, they were able, and clinicians now are looking out for these key indicators, and then that way they can do the evaluations that are necessary. I do not know what evaluations were done on Devlin. I'm not sure. But I will say that it does appear that he went to a Spectrum Health, it's called, and according to Tamra, he was evaluated there for autism. So that's the best of my knowledge. I don't know what the actual factuals about it is, right? But I think it's safe to say that at the level he was functioning, we can kind of get in the ballpark, right? We can get a ballpark estimate. I know, Little Miss Sharon, I didn't know about it since the 1940s. I was thinking it was later than that, especially since it took them until the early 90s to add it, even add it to the diagnostic manual. I mean, that just means that it wasn't being diagnosed until the early 90s, which is crazy, but it's been known since the 40s. Very interesting, you know? Very interesting. Yes, yes. Well, and that's it, I wish every kid had a Seth, Faye.
And so in the work that I do in evaluating people for the courts, I've learned how to administer the tests, I've learned how to identify it, and I've gone to training so that to increase my knowledge about the disorder over the last 10 years.
What challenges would children with autism typically have?
The most profound challenge is going to be interpersonal. They're going to have difficulty with making friends. They're going to have a hard time and generally be unable to establish a social niche. They're going to be the kids that don't fit in, that live on the fringes. They're oftentimes bullied. Their peers think they're weird, and they just never really fit in.
Guys, I'm going to rewind that, but that to me describes Devlin to a T. Living on the fringe, not accepted by your peers, bullied, people think you're weird, that is so sad. That is so sad, in my opinion. And I can see that with Devlin.
Identify it, and I've gone to training so that to increase my knowledge about the disorder over the last 10 years.
What challenges would children with autism typically have?
The most profound challenge is going to be interpersonal. They're going to have difficulty with making friends. They're going to have a hard time and generally be unable to establish a social niche. They're going to be the kids that don't fit in, that live on the fringes. They're oftentimes bullied. Their peers think they're weird, and they just never really fit in. And so they're solitary, and they play by themselves. And they tend to be drawn towards the television, video games, maybe animals. They get along better with things than they do with people. And so as a result of that, usually they're by themselves, and their social experiences are really negative. And so that reinforces the isolation.
Okay, guys, so reinforces the isolation. When I think about Sebastian Rogers, when the doctor talks about being closer to objects than they are to people, but even animals, I know animals aren't people. I get that, but I mean, to have an animal closeness, to be able to understand when that animal doesn't like to be, held like that or something like that, that to me does show, a strong level of understanding another living being, right? But in the same way, I get what the doctor's saying here is that because people on the spectrum struggle with interpersonal relationships. It's very difficult for them to trust people because, again, if they're bullied, if they're told they're weird, if they just can't find someone who kind of they click with. And I think that in Sebastian's case, that's where we're seeing the oh, he wants friends. He doesn't have any friends, but he wants friends. Katie says, in the first interview, when she's doing the twang. Um, I think that's where that's coming from, right? A lot of it has to do with that, and the fact that it's difficult, to kind of seek out those friendships that one can feel comfortable having, because trust is a big thing, right? You have to have a level of trust with a friend, especially if you're going to sleep at their house. Hello. But I mean, also just with being around them, right? You have to have that kind of level of like, we got each other's back if we go somewhere, right? We go to the movie theater, we get dropped off. I mean, we're both by ourselves. We got to look out for each other, type of a thing. That's hard for a person on the spectrum to understand, as well as to find someone that they can trust, in my opinion. So
They get to be afraid to be around people because they'll get picked on and they're bullied and embarrassed.
Okay, so they're afraid to be around people sometimes because they're afraid they're going to get picked on, bullied, or embarrassed. And I can see that happening with Devlin. I mean, a lot of times we would hear that people would see Devlin coming and they'd say, "Oh shit, here he comes," type of a thing, or maybe, he wasn't always accepted. But I think a lot of the times he was being accepted by some of the people in town, right? Like the people over at Penny's were helping him out, which was very nice. Bob's Barn would let him join in and sing because that's something he enjoyed doing. I think that Devlin enjoyed being around people, but again, there was also a push for that to be right, because he had to kind of make friends and say, "Hey, can I use your electricity? I got cut off from my electricity at home," or, "Hey, can I sleep in your barn because I was kicked out?" Right? And just that is a different element that we didn't see with Sebastian's case. The isolation is with Sebastian was very heavily isolated and sheltered, whereas Devlin, again, I think he was really forced into those social situations, and there were certain people that he liked better than others, right? And that's anyone.
What challenges do adolescents with autism spectrum disorder have as they become adults?
Well, they have many of the same challenges because when you get into high school, peer pressure is obviously very important. And so it's hard for them to find a niche, a group. Sometimes they'll associate with the kids that play video games, the gamers, and they'll be able to make some friends in that context. But essentially, they're going to be regarded as unusual, different, and a lot of times they're going to be shunned by their peer group. And so that creates a host of problems with regard to self-esteem, self-image, the way that you feel about yourself and your confidence.
Right. It's gonna majorly affect the way that you feel about yourself and your confidence, especially when it's coming from your own family. The peer group is one thing, but if you have your stepfather calling you the R word and telling your mother it's either him or me, how do you think Sebastian felt? And the same goes for Devlin. If he's having a horrible day because he's being bullied by everybody out there, that's kind of to be expected. It's a very tough and harsh world out there, but many of us don't have to feel as if when we get home we're going to be bullied. And that's what he was dealing with. He was dealing with it from Tamara, he was dealing it with it from his mom, and he was dealing with it from Sabrina, Sandra, Matt. They were all having issues within the family, interpersonal issues, when they're not even taking the time to consider that they're not autistic, but they're dealing with Devlin, who is. Again, zero care for the way that he feels, only care for how they feel. That's a major issue. That is a major issue. And then on top of it, the bullying. KJ Mack, so well said. Animals give clear communication. They leave, they growl or bite. There is no hidden nuisance or excuse me, hidden nuance, politeness, or deception as humans do. Right, because it's like, sometimes people are just being nice to you, right? Because they don't wanna hurt your feelings, but he could mistake that for that they like him, right? But they're really just trying not to be mean to him, and he mistakes that, right? And so, yeah, you are so right. Animals are a safer place to be because at least you know how they feel about you, right? With people, all of us are so very complex. All of us are all individuals. And so in that regard, it's hard to read people, right? Especially because people do lie and we're not clear with communication. Thank you, KJ. That's so well said. Little Miss Sharon says, as a parent of an autistic teen and single, it is for us to it is for us to live in their world, and I agree with that too. And it's the same for you as well, she says. And I mean, it's difficult because I would be so upset if somebody's like, "Your kid's weird." I'd be like, "You're weird." You know what I mean? Like, I mean, and the thing is that, we're all weird. I think we're all different, and I think that's a good thing. There's no two alike out there, and it's good to be an individual. And but it is difficult when someone's on the spectrum because, you know, they're not able to read those cues or kind of read the room, which can be hard for them because then they're sitting there like, well, I don't understand why people are acting this way, and that and yeah, if people could just be a little bit more understanding. Inanimate objects, don't let them down and don't judge them. Exactly. They're not going to bully them, right? They're not going to say something, horrible. They have control over it. And then also with the collecting of things like that too. I know Devlin was said to like to collect rocks, and then a lot of times he would give people rocks. And I think that may be one of the characteristics of his collecting. But it also, it's something that they can, have a little bit of control over. And I think that plays a part in it too. Um, Feeling their pain and struggle, some families in denial either push it away and hope to cure or punish it as a coping mechanism. Yes, exactly. Exactly. And I'm not saying it's easy at all, for anybody involved. So, that's so well said, guys. Thank you so much for that too. Because it's something where, it's hard to understand. It is complex. And as we go through this, at first he's like, okay, there's two things, and then he goes into more and more and more. So, and then also individuals, we're all different. We're all gonna have different things. Ah, little Miss Sharon. Oh, I love that. I love that. And all you need is love, Faye. That's right. And just a little bit of understanding, a little bit of research too. And thank God we have more research on autism and that people were recognizing, hey, we need to understand this. So that's what's wonderful too, is the awareness.
Into withdrawal and avoid social situations.
What challenges would adults in general face who are on the autism spectrum disorder?
Well, the research has shown that when kids get out of high school, they lose that structure. So usually these are people who are involved in special classes, behavioral classes, special education, and there's folks that are working with them and trying to help them do their schoolwork and provide structure. When they get out of high school, they lose that. And so depending upon their socioeconomic status and their cognitive abilities, a lot of times their functioning declines when they get out of high school because they don't have the help that they were having before.
Okay, so this is really interesting too, guys, and we're going to see this transpire and kind of, within Nicholas's case, because we're kind of evaluating him, but also, kind of using it as a roadmap of sorts. Just kind of based on the doctor and how he's explaining it. But I think this part is interesting because when we're thinking about people who are on the spectrum, it can be difficult for them to, again, understand how things are the way they are. And how do I put this? It's almost like they are having trouble and struggling through just day-to-day things, right? Like, why did the guy at the store look at me like, like I said something wrong when I didn't really even say anything wrong, right? Because they understand how they're feeling, but it's hard for them to understand how other people are feeling. And so I think a lot of this in Devlin's case, he was having a lot of struggles in that space where he was kind of pushed out into having to make relationships with people that maybe he wouldn't have chosen to make them with either. And so his situation is a little bit different. And then seeing how he was in a structured environment, but then when he dropped out of school, there was a regression, right? Because he wasn't able to have the structure that he had in school, and people working constantly with him as an individual. But that's something that is very profound within the community, is that parents, after graduation, it's tough on the parents because it's kind of like trying to always find things for them to do or for their children to be able to do that's going to continue to help them grow, right? And stay on top of things, because once a person on the spectrum loses that structure, it can not only be stressful for them, but for their family, because it can, set them back a bit. And we're going to kind of see how that plays out too, with Nick here. But I think Devlin specifically was dealing with that when he dropped out of high school. And then all of a sudden he was out in the world, right? No structure, no routine that he was used to. And that had to have been absolutely stressful for him, even though he made the decision to drop out of school, right? That was his decision, It is a cruel world for anyone, Faye. And I can't imagine being on the spectrum. It would be so hard to, it's hard for us. It's hard for everyone to understand, but only imagining somebody being on the spectrum, in my opinion, I can absolutely see what you're saying.
It depends a lot on their cognitive abilities. If they don't have a cognitive disability and their intelligence is at least average or low average, the outcomes are oftentimes better. It also depends on family support and if they have somebody that's trying to help them.
Okay, so family support is huge. Also, and I'll rewind it a little bit. I know I keep popping in, guys. But family support is huge that Devlin didn't seem to have, in my opinion. And also, it's really difficult with Devlin and even Sebastian having the rare chromosome deletion as well, right? Because then you have comorbidities that exist. For Devlin, he also has cerebral palsy, right? And so that also, as the doctor just stated, causes more issues. If it's only autism alone, right? Because sometimes there's autism, ADHD, you're going to see some comorbidities, across the board. And it's just an individual by individual basis. But, when you start adding more onto it, of course, it's going to you're going to have more challenges than you would if you were just dealing with autism spectrum disorder.
On their socioeconomic status and their cognitive abilities by their peer group. And so that creates a host of problems with regard to self-esteem, self-image, the way that you feel about yourself and your confidence, you tend to withdraw and avoid social situations.
What challenges would adults in general face who are on the autism spectrum disorder?
Well, the research has shown that when kids get out of high school, they lose that structure. So usually these are people who are involved in special classes, behavioral classes, special education, and there's folks that are working with them and trying to help them do their schoolwork and provide structure. When they get out of high school, they lose that. And so depending upon their socioeconomic status and their cognitive abilities, a lot of times their functioning declines when they get out of high school because they don't have the help that they were having before. It depends a lot on their cognitive abilities. If they don't have a cognitive disability and their intelligence is at least average or low average, the outcomes are oftentimes better. It also depends on family support and if they have somebody that's trying to help them. If they don't, the outcomes are often negative. They have difficulty finding employment, establishing families, and oftentimes I think sort of exist on the fringes.
How could one on the autism spectrum disorder, how could it affect their decision making?
Decision making is really hard. These are folks that it's a neurological disorder, and so their ability to adapt and solve problems and think on their feet is impaired by definition. And so that's why they like routine, they like sameness, they like to collect things, because they can understand that. If they venture outside of their safety zone, they have a lot of problems, especially a stimulating, complex social environment. They're not going to do well in that situation at all.
What impairments could they face in their daily life?
It could be a range of impairment depending upon the severity of their disorder. At the mild end, it would just be difficulty connecting with people, loneliness, isolation, depression, anxiety, problems that are associated with trying to connect with other people. At the more severe end of the spectrum, they could put themselves into dangerous situations. There was a lack of reasoning, and they unless someone is looking out for them, they could venture into all kinds of situations that ultimately could be dangerous or harmful for them.
Okay, guys, so they can venture into all types of situations that could potentially be harmful toward them, right? Or maybe they're put in a situation where they're completely stressed out and they hurt or lash out on someone else, right? So I think that is so important to Devlin's story, because without having that one person, and all they need really, guys, would be like one person to really understand and to have the time to dedicate and help, but I mean, it can also be a group effort, taking a village to help out. But really, you just need someone that understands you, and that understands the situation. And when that's not present, then we see situations like Devlin going missing, right? Children going missing, or a parent that knows that their child wanders away, but they don't take the proper precautions. And yes, maybe they're drawn to the water, and then they get themselves into a pickle and they end up drowning, right? And so it's scary. But in the same way with Devlin, we just know that he didn't have that type of support system that he really needed. And that's why we probably see a lot of this court business with Devlin, breaking and entering and getting violent with Sandra, and all of the other things that he did, stealing money from Tamara to pay off his debt so he didn't go back to jail. I mean, all of that could have been avoided, in my opinion. And this is just my humble opinion, if Devlin would have had the help and the support and the love, as Faye, said earlier, that he needed. So
We've heard some discussion of Asperger's syndrome. Tell us what that is.
Asperger's was named after the person, Dr. Asperger's, who originally identified the disorder. And it's considered the mild form of autism. It's considered a higher functioning form of autism. With Asperger's, you don't have the cognitive impairment. Their intelligence is either in the average or low average range. But there's still the social impairment. There's the difficulty connecting with people and understanding emotional give and take. And they also have the insistence on sameness in routine and the collecting behaviors. They just don't have the cognitive disability.
Okay, so when you're, when you have, and of course, this is where I'm going to get a little bit hung up because yes, and he's going to explain it later, but yes, they used to call it Asperger's, right? Not Asperger, right? It's not an Asperger, guys. It's Asperger's, right? Named after the doctor who diagnosed it. But I just had to put that joke in there because it's just funny when people say it. But either way, when we're talking about that, we're talking about somebody who doesn't have a cognitive issue. It's more or less just we're seeing these behaviors and they're at a higher functioning level, right? Than people you would see on level 2, but then profoundly autistic would be level 3. And so with that, again, I could only take my best guess that we can kind of see Devlin in that 1 or 2 range, right? Because it does seem like he did have some a little bit of cognitive decline, from what his family has said as well. And I'm kind of basing my guess on that, right? Where they were saying, he does act, younger than he is, type of a thing. So that's, when I hear that, I'm like, okay, well, that's their way of explaining how Devlin isn't exactly, the age that he is, on this earth. So, hey, Lisa B. Oh, you can't sleep. Well, I'm glad you came in. Good to see you. Magic Star. I can't remember what I was watching, but they said Asperger like 7,000 times, and I was laughing so hard. It was so funny. So I had to put it in here. I remember that one young man who did Vines. I think they were, he was hilarious. That's funny. And I mean, I know they, like I said, they used to call it that, but now they just do 1, 2, and 3. Which again is tough. I mean, it kind of makes it easier, but then it's tough for people who remember, the disorder or how they were explaining it to begin with. Because then I'm like, oh yeah, we're not supposed to say that anymore, type of a thing. But it does kind of differentiate, and also it gives them a good, point of reference when they're assessing how much help is actually needed and things like that. But again, I just think that if a judge was willing to emancipate Devlin, which they did do ultimately, then there had to be at least a guardian ad litem or someone maybe evaluated through court that made that determination. But again, he was again thrust into just being like, okay, I'm 18 now, I'm completely responsible for myself, and it's kind of like overwhelming. I can see it being overwhelming for him and his family as well. I'm not going to discount that it wasn't overwhelming for his family, especially because he was still living in Tamara's house.
And do we use that term anymore?
It was removed because autism is considered a spectrum disorder. And so level 1 on the autism spectrum disorder would probably be consistent with what used to be known as Asperger's disorder.
Do you know somebody by the name of Nicholas Godejohn?
Yes.
How do you know Mr. Godejohn?
I evaluated him.
Okay. And when did you meet with him?
I saw him the first time for 7 hours at the Greene County Detention Facility on December 29, 2015. Then I saw him the second time on July 29, 2016.
And how many hours did you meet with him that time?
4 hours.
And is that unusual to meet with somebody for that long, given the kind of evaluation you're doing?
No, it's not unusual. I also interviewed his dad for an hour on the telephone.
And is that something you typically do in an evaluation, interview a family member?
It's not unusual.
Okay. Why did you do it in this case?
There is a relatives questionnaire for the autism spectrum disorder where it's a rating scale, and I wanted to administer that to his father, and so we did that over the telephone. And I also wanted to get additional background information from his father.
When you do an evaluation, is it just an interview, or is there other aspects of the evaluation?
Well, for me, I always begin with a fairly lengthy biographical interview, and I get their history. And then once that's completed, depending upon the case, I follow up with psychological testing.
And why do you get the biographical information? Why is that important?
Well, the history is what determines who we are. Our childhood is extremely important in our psychological development. And so if you understand the nature of the person's childhood, you will know a lot about why they are, who they are as an adult. And then it's important to gather as much information as you can to arrive at the correct diagnosis and the correct conceptualization of the case. So you
Okay, guys. So, oh, give me 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. So, basically, when we're let me just go back. I'm sorry. I was a little rudely interrupted. Give me 1 second.
Why is that important?
Well, the history is what determines who we are. Our childhood is extremely important in our psychological development. And so if you understand the nature of the person's childhood, you will know a lot about why they are, who they are as an adult. And then it's important to gather as much information as you can to arrive at the correct diagnosis and the correct conceptualization of the case.
Okay, sorry about that. So, very similar to understanding a true crime case, in my humble opinion, it's about when we're taking a look at and examining these cases, it's very important to go all the way back to the beginning and find out what type of childhood this person had, especially when we're looking at Devlin, who obviously just shy of his 19th birthday before he went missing. Same thing with Sebastian. Because I know a lot of people will say, well, why would you pry into that, or why would you look into that? Because it's to find a deeper understanding of the case and the person that we're dealing with and the person who is missing. And KJ Mack had a really good thought here too. The brain isn't even fully developed at 18, more like 26 to 29. So it's insane to push them out of the nest before they are stable enough to stand on their own. I agree with that, because it's like you would be setting them up for failure and putting them into a dangerous situation. And yeah, I agree with that completely. I mean, obviously, when I turned 18, I thought I was a full ass adult. But, and we all kind of do. But in the same way, when somebody is ill equipped or they also have, some things to work on in terms of self-care, and just they need those reminders, they need that extra help. It's not fair to do that, right? It's not fair to do that at all. Even if they think that that's the best thing for them, so it does make me question the courts that allowed for any of this, because I think that's very strange that even knowing Devlin and knowing his history and knowing him as a child, they still allowed for him to emancipate himself and just run the streets of Lake Odessa. Even knowing that after they gave him that opportunity, that he took it and didn't do the right thing, right? Which is obviously not uncommon for someone on the spectrum. They literally cannot help it because it's a neurological disorder. So I just want to, again, I'm not trying to package one single person up and, um, put a label on them. Never would I want to do that, but I think it's something to consider. And I agree with that too, KJ Mack. It's about brain development as a whole, for anyone. And little Miss Sharon says there's also a anger issue that autistic people have, which I notice many professional people do not talk about, commonly known as stepping on a landmine, which uh, yes, it causes lots of problems. Yes, and autistic people. Thank you, little Miss Sharon, for bringing that up because I think that's something that again, isn't something that people like to say about someone, because they don't wanna, badmouth or it may be looked at as speaking negatively about someone who can't help it, but I think it's something to talk about because it's part of the disorder, and that's why, say a police officer doesn't know that someone's on the spectrum and they have an outburst or they're angry and they can't control it like some people can, right? If you're doing that and you don't have a disorder, it's one thing, it's a lot different if you have a disorder. But many times, just like when Sebastian's teacher said that if you saw Sebastian walking down the street, you would think he has no deficits at all. So I mean, if he's encountered by say a police officer and he's acting erratically, then the police officer might not realize that he's on the spectrum, and it can be dangerous all around. Little Miss Sharon says the anger is very, very confronting to normal people. Right. Yeah, because they take offense to it, not understanding that this person cannot help it, you know? And then they don't know what to do because there's certain things that do calm that particular individual down. And that can be very challenging for, you know, a person who's neurotypical to understand, very much so, very much. And it can be very dangerous. Um, and Brock, good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, hormones can make it explosive. I could see that too. I can see that. That's very true, Sharon. I often wonder if the anger is a result of reinforcement from the negative feedback loops or if it's a core aspect or both. And I think a lot of it too has to be the frustration of not understanding. Because, there's nothing that frustrates me more is that when I don't understand something, I'm like, I'm going to figure this out. You know what I mean? I get like, I don't want to say anxious, but I'm more tenacious and I'm going to try to find out, and so I can see that being a point of frustration for someone who isn't understanding their surroundings or, what's happening. Um, I think that some of that is frustration or not being able to communicate effectively with others can also be a very strong point of frustration, because everybody wants to be seen and heard and understood. And when you can't convey how you're feeling to somebody, it can absolutely be frustrating. Um, they didn't want to deal with him anymore, Scranton. Yeah, yeah. And with him being on his own, there was no money in taking care of him anymore. You know? So, you do, Miss Ann? I didn't know that. I did not know that. Aw. And his favorite color is green too. Aw, that's so sweet. And the meltdowns are, yeah, often shift into other forms in adulthood depending on what coping mechanisms develop. And I think coping mechanisms are so important for all of us. But it would be difficult, um and I think that's why therapies are so important too. And so that way, they have the tools to do that, Have you ever just had one little thing after another just pile up until you reach a boiling point? Yeah, I know I have, Star. I know I have. Yep, exactly. I imagine it's a lot like that, only with constant frustration. Well, and that's the thing too. For Devlin, we know that to be true, where he was going into town, he was trying to get a job. People were calling him about false jobs. They were teasing him. a fire cadet in town in Lake Odessa got fired for being one that was bullying Devlin. It was found out, after he went missing, and things of that nature. So, and then imagine coming home and being very frustrated as it is and upset, and then people are mad at you for being frustrated and upset. And so, I mean, I would probably have a meltdown too. Oh, thank you, Little Miss Sharon. Little Miss Sharon says it's a meltdown. Their brain shut down. Just step back slowly and give them space. And, I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot, because some people just don't know how to handle the situation. Um, and I'm talking about neurotypical people, but even atypical people are like, what the heck's going on? You know? Especially because it's hard for them to read the social cues. Um, yeah, you guys are, thank you so much for all of your insight, you guys. Thank you, thank you. Narcissists are also all about themselves and they cannot put another individual as a priority, even if it's their child, in my opinion. I agree with that, Faye. And they also compete with others, even if it's their child. And they're so, so, so toxic. And again, I know that even with Sebastian, people on the spectrum can be very matter of fact. And, I don't even want to say the word stubborn because I mean it is stubbornness if you are very pointed and you don't want to change your mind, you're very rigid. But I think I like that the word rigid better than stubborn because the thing is that they truly believe that, right? That they're right. So say Mr. Chris said something to Sebastian and Sebastian's like, no, and then Chris is like, well, this is how it is. And Sebastian's like, no, it's like this, it's going to get a tit for tat. And then you wonder who's the adult here, right? Who can really just say, okay, well, that's all right if you feel that way or if you think that way, right? And diffuse the situation. You won't have that when you have a bully like Chris Proudfoot. You just won't. The boiling point is closer to the surface. Yes, exactly. Exactly. And it could just take one thing. And the thing is they could be so upset, like you said, from just like everything, right? That just think about going to school and your peers think that you're different and they don't want to talk to you, and kids can be rude and mean and point things out, and I mean, and you're trying so hard to say the right thing, but nothing you're saying is the right thing, because you're not picking up socially like what's cool, what's not, especially with middle schoolers and high schoolers. That's got to be a really tough time, not being able to pick up on social cues because neurotypical children would, and so that they would just like model the behavior and stuff like that. But for children on the spectrum, they don't really understand how to feign that, right? They're very you know I don't know what a good word would be, but they're more so just who they are and how they are. um you don't usually see them kind of faking it, right? Or being fake. They're just themselves. So it has to be very strange to watching their peers, acting. That would be strange to me anyway if I was in that position. So watching everybody else, like, what are you doing? You're just like mirroring these other people and modeling them, and I'm just myself. Very matter of fact, or you know I'm just the way I am, kind of thing.
So you gather as much information as you can from as many sources as you can, in the hopes of developing an accurate evaluation.
Now, what kind of testing did you conduct during your evaluation of Mr. Godizon?
I gave him an IQ test, the Wechsler Adult Intelligence Scale, 4th edition, the current one that's being used in the field. I administered the wide range achievement test to evaluate his reading, spelling, and arithmetic abilities. I used 2 personality tests. Actually, I used 3. The Rorschach ink blot test, the MMPI, which stands for Multiphasic Personality Inventory. And then I used an old test called the Thematic Apperception Test, because it portrays interpersonal situations. And sometimes it's used in people with autism spectrum disorders to help you evaluate their understanding of people and social situations. Basically, what I wanted to say is it's an old test. I don't always use it, but sometimes it's helpful with autism spectrum disorder, because you show them pictures of social situations and ask them to make up a story that goes with it. And you can get an idea of how they conceptualize social situations from what they come up with.
Now, you indicated that you did a biography of Mr. Godejohn, is that correct?
I did. I took his history.
Can you tell us a little bit about his birth? Is there anything notable as a psychologist about his birth, or what you know about it?
His father reported to me that there was some indication his mother might have drank during the pregnancy, and there might have been some drug use. He knew about one occasion for each. The birth was complicated. She was in labor, I think for 13 hours, and the umbilical cord was wrapped around his neck. And they used a suction cup to deliver him. And the doctors told his father that his brain may have been deprived of oxygen for a period of time during the delivery because of the umbilical cord.
Okay, guys, so I don't know any correlation to this. And again, they're speaking about Nick Godejohn. But I do think that it's very important to recognize that during this evaluation, the doctor didn't only evaluate Nick, he looked at a reliable source like a parent or caregiver of Nick's and asked them, right, about certain behaviors and things that they had noticed and that sort of thing. And I think that's a very big part of properly evaluating and gathering every bit of information, right? Because especially if you have someone who has a neurological disorder, they might not be the best reference or person. Yes, they know themselves best and they can, articulate themselves sometimes, unless they're maybe level 3, right? But again, I think it's just important that the doctor has kind of done everything he possibly can to get the full scope of who he's dealing with on an individual level, and that's talking to his dad. And that's another reason why I do like to reach out to the parents and family members when I take a new case, or if the parents or family members reach out to me, I'm always, inviting of that, because I think that they're able to give me the most accurate information in order for us to figure out what happened. So kudos to this doc for that.
And when was he born?
His birth date is May 20, 1989.
Did you find anything about his family life?
I did.
As he was growing up? Tell us about that.
Well, his mom and dad were married. They split up when he was about 4 years old. It was not a happy marriage. They did not get along very well. He stayed with his mother following the separation. She worked and was not very attentive to him. And so he spent a lot of time by himself. In addition to having autism spectrum disorder, he was actually physically alone for much of his childhood. And she wasn't very attentive to him, and it didn't sound like they had a very close bond. He spent some time with his father, but his mother was the custodial parent. There was an incident where she worked as a waitress and brought home some old food, and he ate it and became really sick. And there was some evidence to suggest that she didn't take care of his medical needs the way that she should have. And then ultimately he went to live with his father when he was a teenager and came back to live with his mother when he was about 16 or 17 years old. And I think the situation was improved by that time.
Okay, so a couple of things I want to point out here. One, this testimony, I'm not sure why this doctor chose to speak only with Nicholas's father, because as we're going to kind of find out, he wasn't always living with his father. He was bounced around, obviously, back and forth. But mainly he lived with his mother. But I do know that Nicholas's mother had dependency issues, and she kind of fell back into her own ways when Nick went back, when Nick went to jail, right? So, she had a young son, Nicholas's little brother, with his new stepdad. And when she met him, she started being, more on track with things. And, she probably got clean. Let's just be honest. And I think that whenever and I did hear that and she actually ultimately passed away from an overdose, sadly. But with that, I think that's why they didn't consult his mother. And so some of these things can be, like bringing the old food home and he was sick for days. I don't know about that. That kind of seems like something someone was saying to badmouth the other parent, in my opinion, right? But when we think about being left by themselves and further isolated than they would be, and not having that support system, then we see the issues that can arise. And so it reminds me a lot of Devlin's situation and how he was, I mean, he was looking at doing some time in jail for, the breaking and entering, the larceny from stealing from Tamara. He was in trouble, right? Because he was making bad decisions. But I also want to point out that, he was adopted by Bill and Sandra Tate. He was taken out of their care at about 20. Let me look at the page. I think I had it pulled up. It was sometime around 2016, right? That he was sent to live with Gordon and his wife, who they did have a stable environment. But for the first 10 years of Devlin's life, um, he obviously, Sabrina talked about noticing that he was probably adopted because the other parents at school were not grandparents age, right? They were parents age, and there was a difference that he could notice, a noticeable difference. And so dealing with that would have been very difficult. I don't know when he was diagnosed with autism, but again, we see a relationship between, a mother and son, not the greatest bond, right, with Jessica. And then she does have Devlin adopted by the Tates, and then there's like a strange relationship there with grandparents. And little kids at school, that's not your mom, that looks like your grandma, right? That's all that would need to be said. And again, it's a noticeable difference, and kids are really good at not even knowing. And the word I was looking for earlier was very literal, and kids are very literal, right? And so they're not going to realize that it's going to hurt someone's feelings. They're going to blurt out, "Oh, your mom's old," or whatever. "Your dad's old. That looks like your grandpa," So it is strange. Um and just having that dynamic for Devlin would have been strange, I think. And so I kind of want to put that out there with Sebastian. His mom, in my opinion, because she was deployed, didn't build a strong enough bond with him as he did with his father, in my opinion. And think about how strange it would have been for your mom to just kind of, again, come back into the picture, and then you're so used to being around your dad all the time, and then there's a divorce, and then again, for that child who's on the spectrum, that's going to be a very difficult thing. And so, as the doctor is describing this, it just reminds me of both Sebastian and Devlin, and how there was a disconnect there maternally, right? um and again, I'm just glad that Sebastian has someone, like Seth, his dad, that was willing to work with him on stuff. I know Katie did too as well. I'm not saying she didn't. I'm just saying I think she, stopped doing that because Mr. Chris didn't like it. He was probably jealous and wanted all of her time. Little Miss Sharon says the other thing is, Lady Freedom, is that these kids who don't have guidance will find groups, usually gangs, because they manipulate them, making them feel wanted. See, I know, I'm so glad you said that, Little Miss Sharon. It reminds me of the Michigan militia stuff. Right. And I don't know that these guys are like true Michigan militia. So I am not trying to offend anybody who's in the Michigan militia, because I've realized that there's a lot of those guys that just kind of like are survivalists and that kind of thing. They're preppers. And I like watching preppers shows and stuff. So I mean, whatever. Um but I know what you're saying, because then there could be a group that says they're, hey, we're the Michigan militia, and Devlin says, cool, I'll join that group, and we come to find out those guys were not good guys. I mean, even Sabrina said that on the panel. She said she had went over there and she was like, hey, I don't want you to live here. So I mean, again, I'm not sure how 100% truthful she's being, but that's what she said. And so I don't think those guys were great people per se. Um, I can relate to the sensory issues meltdowns when no one is solving or offering workable solutions, and the negative feedback loops. I can imagine it's even more painful for them. Well, sure. And, I mean, there's good stress and bad stress, KJ, and it's like the bad stress is really something that could, take someone's life, and cause a lot of issues. And so I just don't understand when somebody already has like so many challenges that they're dealing with, to just add more to them. I'm struggling to figure out how come none of them looked at Devlin's situation and couldn't at least understand that he's different. I mean, I'm not saying, oh, he's weird, he's different. I'm just saying that he needs different things than a person who isn't on the spectrum would, right? So like, it makes absolutely no sense to me why they wouldn't give him any type, I mean, no special concessions whatsoever, right? You either come home, you do these dishes, or you're not getting electric. But he didn't even eat at the house. Like, all of these things are so bizarro, too. Um, a lot of double standards, a lot of nothing you'll ever do is good enough. That's something, it's just a real psychological mind F. KJ Max says, I can relate, or sorry, I want to move the comment down. Sorry. Star says a lot of the destabilizing events for Devlin all at once, it seems. Yeah. And I mean, he didn't have that type of support system that he needed, Yeah. And that makes me wonder, KJ, if they were offered any viable solutions. Um, Sebastian, it seems like, Seth had some ways of calming Sebastian down, tea, different things that, you know, he had some sort of like a destabilization, period, calming period. That was always something that I found to be very odd about Sebastian's case, was that it didn't seem that Katie, after this long and overstimulating day, ever did anything to kind of help Sebastian wind down. And we all know when we have kids, and I'm not saying that Sebastian's a little kid, but what I'm saying is even when my daughter was younger, it was like you would have a fun day, right? And everything was, going on. And then you get home and you just kind of wind down, right? Especially on a school night. You're like, okay, we're going to get your backpack together. We're going to, take a shower. We're going to do all the stuff, right? To kind of wind down and prepare for the next day. That was not done at all with Sebastian, to the best of my knowledge. Katie said he was in his room and he was just playing. So he got home and he was just playing in his room, right? But he's 15. So again, I can't really use my daughter as a point of reference because, there'd be a little bit of a difference there. But you know, most teenagers will just go in their room and do something, right? But she made him seem like he was so much younger than he is. And then also it was just very strange the way, that he did not have that cool off or calm down or unwind, prepare for the next day, take your shower, get your stuff together. None of that. Yeah, I like to watch the prepper shows too, Star. I know. I know it does make me want to stockpile things though. I was like, maybe I should do that. Um, yeah, I know. And that's the thing. He went straight to jail, little Miss Sharon. That was another thing that he was getting in trouble, because he was making bad choices, but that's part of the disorder. It's just part of it, even on the highest level. And that's what's so horrible for Devlin is that they really weren't understanding that. Like nobody was, not even the courts, nobody, you know. And I get when your hands are tied and the judge says, well, he could do what he wants. Well, then that put that into Devlin's head. And we've talked about that too, where it put that in his head and, hey, I can do what I want. I'm 18, if somebody doesn't like something he said, but we can see that it wasn't just that. We're not dealing with a normal set of circumstances. We're dealing with people that are saying, to the other adult in the situation, he just called you a dumbass. Uh-huh. I mean, come on. It's a little much, right? And it's not diffusing the situation or being the adult or the responsible person where you're setting a better example or doing the right thing even though the child isn't. In my opinion, you're fueling the fire and stirring the shit pot. KJ Max says, I can say that a messy and chaotic environment, being asked to clean or do dishes piled on a sink would make my brain explode. KJ Mac, I will tell you that the environment is not, it's, it would take a whole day to get that place to be clean like it should be, probably maybe a little bit longer than that. And then even with that, I mean, it's just the habits of those who live in the household. It just really is. That's what it comes down to. Based on my research, based on what I have gathered across the board, it doesn't matter whose home it is. It's not a well kept home. It's not clean. Um, and guys, when we talk about socioeconomics, I don't want anybody to think that just because somebody doesn't have money that they're this poor, dirty, SOB and I can't stand them. No, what I'm saying is that even if you are dirt poor, you can still have so much love in a clean environment. Right? Those things are pretty much free. Yes, you do have to buy cleaning supplies and stuff like that, but I mean, it's about taking pride in your home. And if you don't take pride in your home, but then you expect the child to be responsible and do the right thing, they weren't raised up like that. They weren't raised to take pride in or take care of things. They were raised to trash things, right? And not take care of it. It doesn't matter if it's dilapidated. I mean, all I have to do is look at Jack and Lily's case with the duct tape everywhere. I mean, come on. It's just, and as I said before, please, I just want everybody to know that there's a major difference because you could be dirt poor and you could be the most loving, caring parent, and your house could be completely immaculately clean. So it doesn't have much to do about that, in my opinion. It's the person. Rosebud says, right, because they expected him to reform to their way and not realizing you have to incorporate a level of understanding what a person on the spectrum can manage, and then they give them the tools to work at their level. Thanks, Rosebud. That is so well said. And I agree with that. And one example I can give is when, Sabrina was talking about how Devlin, didn't know how to cook for himself, and she was going to teach him, but she made it on her terms. She made it on her terms instead of meeting him where he needed to be, and where she needed to be in order to teach him those things. But I think it's all an excuse also. Faye says it reminds me of T-Rev taking advantage of Smoke, making him call his show pretending to be the best friend of the monster that unalived Maddie Soto allegedly. Oh, I remember that, Faye. Oh man, I know. I know. And that's the thing. That is where you would open somebody up to just really be hated by a lot of people, right? By taking advantage of that. That's a great example, Faye. I get what you're saying completely. Well, they have infantilized Sebastian. Yeah, to an abnormal level. Well, and they were saying things like, "Well, if you really knew how Sebastian was, you wouldn't look for him." Believe it or not, people have said that about Devlin in not so many words, right? And it's because he's, in my opinion, on the spectrum, and some people are like, well, he was kind of weird. Well, okay, but he was on the spectrum though. He can't help it. What's your fucking malfunction? Sorry, Star, not your malfunction, but I'm like wondering what their deal is. Like, how come you can't understand that this person has a neurological disorder? I mean, bleh. So yeah, it's frustrating, to say the least. And especially with Sebastian thinking that he's only 15, and you got people expecting him to act better than the adults in the household when the adults are not a good example, even though the parents are seamen. So, well, if you look at the Ramseys and Jean Bonnet, they had financial resources, but their home was actually very cluttered, reportedly quite a mess, and left dishes with food often. Yeah, yeah. Oh, good night, Magic Star. Thank you for being here. But yeah, no, that is so true. And you could. I remember watching a documentary not too long ago, KJ Mack, where these children were horrifically abused, and the family was like super, super rich, and the kids grew up and told the story about it, and I guess like every single caregiver that they were left with like was on hardcore drugs and like just abusive, would starve them, and they lived in this like great big mansion. It was disgusting on the inside. So you snortled. I'm like, what's your malfunction? I'm like, not you, sir, sorry. But, I mean, I just wonder what's wrong with these people that can't, give a little bit of grace, especially once you know. And I mean, when you do start talking to somebody who's on the spectrum, even at the highest level, you can kind of see that, oh, okay, they're a little bit different, a little bit awkward, but I mean, so what? But once you realize that, I mean, you don't just go off and say, well, you're the R word or you're this. Well, again, I'll make you snortle again. What's your major malfunction? Semen. Sorry. All right, here we go. I'll get demonetized for some of the language in here. I'm talking about Navy people. Okay, here we go.
What kind of educational level did he acquire?
He graduated from high school, but he was a lifelong special education student. The autism was diagnosed when he was in the second grade. And so he was in very structured classes as a result of that. And then when he was about 13 years old, they changed the diagnosis to Asperger's. But he continued to be in special education classes throughout high school.
What about his work history?
He's only had one job. He was a Social Security recipient.
Okay, guys, sorry. I know I just stopped it again. But so his diagnosis after, I thought this was so interesting. So Nick is diagnosed when he's in second grade, and they diagnosed him at level 2, and then they put him into a very structured curriculum and program at school, and then he was re-diagnosed, and the diagnosis changed to level 1 with therapy and structure. Now, I don't know how often that happens. I just know that with therapy and structure, the people on the spectrum can flourish, right? I mean, obviously you're going to have different levels of it, but they're going to be the best that they can be, and they're going to do the best they can do, and that's all that any of us can do, right? So that's anybody across the board. What should be expected of us is to just do our best, right? But and to be our best in order for us to have a happy, healthy life. So that's kind of what I mean when I talk about that. But I mean, for them to put him, on a level 1, then that means that he had some significant um, results from having structure in therapies. So I just want to point that out, um, you know, because I think that matters. I think that if Devlin was to have had that, it would have made a huge difference. A huge difference. Oh, sorry. I think I backed it up too much.
As a result of that. And then when he was about 13 years old, they changed the diagnosis to Asperger's. But he continued to be in special education classes throughout high school.
What about his work history?
He's only had one job. He was a Social Security recipient in school by virtue of the autism. And then he worked at a pizza parlor, and he was the person that stood outside with a sign. And he did that for 13 months. They tried to have him work in a kitchen. At least that's what he told me. And he was unsuccessful. He dropped the pizza. So he only worked part-time holding a sign outside the store.
And you know what really makes me feel bad, guys, is that they fired, or they demoted him because he dropped a pizza. Like, to me, that's a little harsh. Guys, I've waited tables and stuff. I've dropped stuff before and I didn't get fired. It happens. It's a mistake. It's a simple mistake that any of us could make. I can't believe they demoted him for that. But see how that could sour an experience. Also, I wanted to point out that Devlin too worked at a pizza place. So I just want to point that out. But I can't believe they just like fired him because he dropped a pizza. Goodness sakes.
A pizza parlor, and he was the person that stood outside with a sign. And he did that for 13 months. They tried to have him work in a kitchen. At least that's what he told me. And he was unsuccessful. He dropped the pizza. So he only worked part-time holding a sign outside the store. And then ultimately had an interpersonal conflict with someone inside the restaurant. And afterwards, he applied for Social Security and it was granted. He was 21 years old. And so he's been on disability since that time.
Are you aware of any work skills he possesses?
None. He doesn't have any work skills.
What about his relationship history, romantic relationship history?
His father told me he had one girlfriend. He had basically one friend who suffered from an intellectual disability. And he had a sister. His sister was younger and she suffered from autism. And Nick formed a relationship with her, and that was his girlfriend for a period of months. And they had a sexual relationship. He told me that he also had a girlfriend when he was younger. His father did not confirm that. So his relationship history is extremely limited. And I think really the only confirmed romantic relationship he had was with another person who had autism.
Wow. And then he met Jip Jip. Then he meets Jip Jip on ChristianDatingForFree.com. All right. So, just because we are kind of looking at Nicholas go to John Wright, and they're talking about his history now with Devlin. It's a little bit different, guys. Devlin was quite the ladies' man. Okay. I'm not trying to, put that out there. I don't know for sure, but he seemed to have had quite a bit of girlfriends, quite a bit of experience, right, with the ladies. And, none of my business. But I do want to point out that there's even, a girlfriend that he was supposed to have been meeting with on the day before he went missing. And so, we're kind of trying to figure out who that was in order to maybe get a better understanding. But again, he could have been catfished and he thought he was going to meet a girlfriend and it wasn't really a girlfriend. Now, the person who told me this, said that they didn't think that was the case, that it really seemed like that was his girlfriend and that he knew her and had met her before, but we just really don't know for sure. Or it could have been a situation where Devlin legitimately thought that this girl was his girlfriend, and this girl didn't feel the same way or realize that he felt that way, and maybe she had to let him down easy that day, and so we just really don't know. But Devlin was definitely using threads to reach out to young women who were scantily clad, right? And things of that nature. So we have to consider that when we consider Devlin's situation, um, because his situation is much different than Nicholas's when we talk about socially. Devlin was very social, and he's also been described to have keyed in on empathy, right? But when you're a kid that's just surviving, sometimes you kind of key into things like that because you have to, because everyone else's feelings are above yours constantly. And if you do not put their feelings above your own, you are abused for it, in my opinion. Hey, Kai J, good to see ya.
Did you review any records as part of this evaluation?
I did.
What records did you review? If you recall.
I reviewed some school records. I reviewed his Social Security records from when he was in high school and when he was making his application to Social Security. And then they have to do yearly updates on the Social Security to maintain eligibility, and I reviewed those. And there was a disability report by Dr. Goldstein in 2010. And then, of course, I reviewed his high school records, and I reviewed the police reports and the videotapes associated with this case.
Did you speak with anybody in addition to his father and Mr. Goldstein as part of this evaluation?
No, not that I can recall.
Now, you indicated you met with him twice. Was there anything notable about his appearance when you met with him in your interviews?
His grooming and hygiene has always been poor. That's something that was apparent in the school records. He's always needed reminders to shower, brush his hair, and brush his teeth. And that was evident when I saw him. He has a tendency to let his beard grow out in an untrimmed manner, sometimes let his hair grow out in an untrimmed manner. So there were deficits in his grooming and hygiene consistent with his history.
Why is that important to you as a psychologist?
It shows a lack of self-care, a lack of self-management. I think it's characteristic of his disorder. It's difficult to, as somebody that has autism, it's hard to assess their mood. They're not very communicative. That's part of the disorders. They don't connect with people and they don't describe themselves very well. And so it's getting a window into what his internal world is like is hard. And so as best I could determine, it's kind of sad that his emotions are kind of flat. He doesn't show a lot of emotion. He's not real reactive in that way. Then I didn't think his eye contact was very good with the officers. It wasn't very good when he was with me. And that's characteristic of autism spectrum disorder.
Okay, guys. So again, some of the elements that we were bringing up earlier as well, in terms of when it comes to what we can identify about someone who's on the spectrum. Hey, Justice for Noog. And so, it's just these little nuances or these little things that we can kind of pick up on and understand, right? But I think even more importantly is that, it's hard for them to express how they feel, right? And it's hard for them to trust that if they say how they feel, it's gonna, go over well or not. All of that is a big problem for people who are dealing with being on the spectrum. With reward and much love can make them flourish. That's right. Exactly, Faye. Positive reinforcement is so important. I mean, it works for all of us. It really does. Hey, Kai J Meg says, everyone else's feelings are above your own. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah. And I mean, I do think that is the big thing with Devlin's situation, right? Like, because anytime he was even trying to reach out and let someone know how he felt, he was really over there, consoling other people, and just it's just too bad they didn't take the time out. And I have seen Love on the Spectrum, Little Miss Sharon. It's so cute. Yes, and Special Books by Special Kids, also a YouTube channel over here, um, had a really cute video about a guy that was on the spectrum, and I believe, is dating a girl with Down syndrome. So they're just like such a cute little couple. I can't remember if they were married or engaged or about to, but they were just so cute. And I think that's great because that's also someone that they can relate to. In terms of Nicholas Godejohn with Gypsy, I can't imagine him bonding with her, right? Being one of the only girls he's bonded with. And then, you know, she talks him into unaliving her mom in such a brutal way, but also I think it's aw, thanks, Anne. I think it's really, really even more so difficult when we're seeing this with Devlin's case, in terms of like he was getting it from every angle, but he was absolutely reaching out for that love and acceptance, right? Like just from anyone, right? And even Tina said that they had developed a very quick relationship, because he was just so loving and caring and just such a sweetheart, and she really felt like his grandma and things like that. And so with that, he was searching out for people who were going to show him the kind of love that he needed, and that's what any of us would do if we weren't receiving it. It may not be in the geographical area, but I'll look or see if I can get by with the VPN. Ooh. Today is Adam's birthday. Oh, he'd be 26. My heart to all the parents of lost children. Oh, Justice for Nuke. Oh my goodness. I need to do my January birthday video. I meant to do one. I was going to be better about that in the new year. So I need to do that because I just want to get one out for everybody once a month at least. So happy birthday, happy heavenly birthday to Adam. Thank you, Justice for Nuke, for being here. It was a really it was a real struggle to get my autistic daughter to do bath and brush teeth while school age, but absolutely great at those jobs now. Phew. Right? I know, Little Miss Sharon, and I think a lot of kids are like that, They're like, you're like, go brush your teeth. Oh, I already did. No, there's no way you actually did that, There's no way you actually were in there long enough, type of a thing. So yeah, the gentle reminders, and see, that is so good. You like, you know, that's some things too that they just get used to. But also when you have good examples around you, that makes it so much easier to get into that routine as well. Because you would think it would be easy to get, a person on the spectrum into a routine as well because they like routines, right? But we're going to get into that a little bit too further, with that being part of the neurological disorder that people are experiencing. Um, oh yes. Okay, so Smoke's level 1. Yeah, I was figuring he was probably, just super high functioning. And two, like there's different it is a spectrum. So I know that they've kind of put it down to just level 1, 2, and 3, but it's also still a spectrum in my opinion, and I'm not a doctor, so but yeah, thank you guys.
What is cognition?
It basically refers to the ability to think and solve problems, kind of synonymous with intelligence.
What about reasoning? What is that?
That's a related term. Reasoning is the ability to think through a problem, to come to a situation. There's a problem that needs to be solved, and your reasoning ability reflects your capability to solve that problem adaptively.
Did you consider his cognition and reasoning?
I'm sorry?
Did you consider his cognition and reasoning when you were evaluating him?
Absolutely.
What did you conclude?
Well, I gave him an IQ test, and he was functioning in the low average range altogether. But there's a lot of variability in his intellectual abilities. In other words, most people's intelligence is fairly consistent across different areas. There's verbal intelligence, there's the ability to work with your hands, there's memory, and then there's concentration. He had areas where he functioned fairly well, and then in other areas he functioned in a fairly poor manner.
Okay, so that's, very typical of autism spectrum disorder. In my opinion, it's a great example of that, right? Because, we're looking at all of these different aspects, and some are going to be better than others. It's just like Sebastian being able to do, a wonderful job at strategizing in chess. He's smart enough to beat anybody, right? But then also some of the other things are not so easy for him to grasp or to, do on his own, or it'll take him a little bit longer to learn, things like that. So just as an example there, um, and it sounded the same way for Devlin, as he was described by his family members as being, someone who was high functioning. And, when we hear that, I think sometimes people don't account for that, verbally, how they can do, verbalizing, or how they are socially. All of these things are considered when we're talking about someone who's on the spectrum, and how well they do it at certain things is why you see that, anomaly or difference.
Now, you mentioned you had him do some tests. Let's talk about some of these tests. Personality tests, for example. You mentioned a couple of those. Tell us what kind of personality tests. How many did you have him do?
3.
3, and they were?
The Rorschach, the MMPI, second edition, revised, the restructured edition, MMPI-2 RF.
Okay, is that all 3?
And the thematic apperception test. They call it the TAT.
Let's start with the Rorschach. Tell us what the Rorschach test is.
Well, the Rorschach is the ink blots. It's been portrayed on television over the years. Sometimes people make fun of it. The fact of the matter is that it's a well-validated test that's been around since the 1920s. It's been administered millions of times. And there was a new scoring system that was developed based upon international norms in 2011. And one of the things that the Rorschach test does very well is measure reality testing, which is the ability to perceive your surroundings in an accurate manner.
Okay, so I think that's interesting. Really quick, guys. I wonder if Devlin was ever given these tests because of, the situation with him being emancipated. I wonder if he was fully evaluated, or if that happened subsequently because of the trouble that he got into. I know there was some talk about him having a new social worker involved and that sort of thing. Now, with Sebastian being younger, and then the more recent diagnosis of autism, I think there's less to be said in his case, and maybe they would have had him reevaluated after he was older too. But for Devlin specifically here, I wonder if this was ever brought into play, especially because he was starting to exhibit criminal behaviors and things like that. As far as I know, he did have the, like little Miss Sharon was talking about the outbursts, right? That was kind of happening when he was little. And so the violent stuff and things like that, that came along with the outbursts were, it had been going on for a little while, in that regard. And I appreciate you saying that, little Miss Sharon, too, and kind of, reminding us about that. So the inkblot tests, will test out somebody's perception of reality. And I don't know why I can't get to that little part there. I want to make sure I get to it. But so that's interesting, and he's going to kind of explain it as he goes along. But I thought it would be something to kind of stop and talk about, because I didn't know if that was something that Devlin would have partaken in because of the activity that he was known to be involved in, right? Or he's modeling that type of behavior, in my opinion, because we know the family has some rap sheets too. But I wonder if anybody ever kind of measured Devlin's perception of reality because, again, I really think that he needed some extra help. And I think if they were able to understand more about what type of help he needed, it would have been more efficient. Um, yeah, he was surrounded by a crappy life of chaos. I know, Justice. It's horrible. I mean, it really is. Um, Yeah, and he's gonna go into it too. Rosebud says perceive their surroundings in an accurate measure based on what? Something someone referred to as an average accurate measure. And I think it's more or less like he's gonna explain it, but it really more or less gauges whether someone is thinking um in a more, I hate to say the word normal because that's not even a good word to use, but if they're gonna think more of a social norm, right? And he's gonna explain it way better than me, but that's what that ink blot test can measure is the subject and how they're perceiving reality. And that's just based on how they're perceiving their surroundings in a socially normal, right? Or based on social norms kind of a way. But I know it can be a little bit tricky because we always wonder, well, what's normal anyway, or what is the what how are what are they measuring against? But really what they're doing is just measuring on, gosh, I hate to say it, but like, neurotypical people versus atypical people. And he'll go into, how that's measured. I think one of the examples is if they show you the ink blot that looks like a bat, if you say that it looks like a rat, no, I'm just kidding, but really, I mean, if you say it looks like something completely different, then that can kind of tip them off to that your way of thinking is not how everybody else would say it. So like if 10 out of, or excuse me, if 9 out of 10 people say that they see a bat, and the one person says they don't see a bat, then they're kind of like the social outcast, so to speak, but not really. It's just that they don't think the same way as the other 9 people type of a thing. And I hope I'm doing it, this justice. But I get what you're saying too. If you measure a person's IQ based on questions that a person doesn't understand, certain verbiage, that means they have a low IQ. I disagree with that. Yeah, and I think it's more or less based on a lot of different factors because they're going to get into IQ testing too, Rosebud. They are. They really are. Give me 1 second here.
And that was the main reason that I administered it. It also provides information about a person's social understanding, their understanding of people, and the ability to interact with others in a cooperative way.
And guys, they don't mean like to cooperate to do exactly what other people want them to do. I think he's talking more or less in a cooperative fashion, right? Like working well with others, how well they work with others type of a thing. Um, Not that they're just cooperating, but that they're coexisting, being a part of a team, how people would work together, or because a lot of times people on the spectrum would withdraw and they like to go off by themselves type of a thing. And that's one characteristic, right? And that's how they would be able to tell that.
And did you come up with a result after this test?
I did.
What was your conclusion or result?
His ability to perceive reality is tenuous. He had a psychotic episode when he was 13 years old and hallucinated and talked about hearing 7 or 8 different kinds of voices. His mother in the Social Security records talked about impaired reality testing, that he had difficulty perceiving reality accurately. On the Rorschach test, you look at pictures that resemble things like a bat. And if you look at a bat and you see something else, that is impaired perception. And there was a significant amount of that, suggesting that his perception of the world around him is often inaccurate. And people
Okay, so sorry. Thanks, Rosebud. I thought it was a little further along the line. I just wanted to answer your question. So, but yeah, he used the bat was as an example, but he also indicates that Nicholas did this several times, right? It wasn't just one of the pictures; it was several of the pictures that he wasn't quite getting right, and so it was kind of showing, a skewed view from his point of view. But I love Faye says, I'll tell you that sometimes working with Manos, the autistic boy, I told you earlier, the answers he was giving me were like making me think that he was a genius and that he was bored to deal with all of us humans. I know. And, that's what's funny too, Faye, is, some of their responses are so smart, right? And just the way that they look at things is not the same. And so they probably are bored because of their level of intelligence. Most definitely. Right? They're like, this is not fun for me because, you're not on my level of intelligence. Which you do see that in very, very intelligent people. A lot of times, they're kind of reclusive because it's kind of like, well, why am I wasting my time with this dummy? With all due respect. No, that's such a great point. And Brock says, my grandson is a high functioning autistic and he's a smart little boy. Yeah. And, and again, guys, I think it's just all about the individual too, and how much people work with them because, anybody's going to do better and be more successful when they have the extra help, right? Or when somebody says, wow, you're really good at chess. Maybe we should get you on a team. And then you're practicing and you're getting better and better at that. So I think that that says a lot too when people are willing to, be like, hey, you're really good at basketball. Let's have you, practice more or get you involved. You're gonna do better, right? Than somebody just not even giving a crap, um, I don't think that the most of the physicians have adequate testing to perform on anyone on the spectrum. These tests are not as advanced as people think they are, and some of them are very old testing. Well, and Rosebud, this particular test that he's talking about, he said is actually been in practice since the 1920s. So you're not lying. The ink blot test is one of the oldest ones. And that's why he's going to talk about the second test that he administered, and they've been revised. So they keep revising the tests. So I think that they know that the testing is archaic, right? Otherwise, they wouldn't bother revising it. But I know exactly what you're saying. And it's not one size fits all either. That's what's so tough. And then them, packaging down the spectrum into 3 different categories, in my opinion, is not accurate either because it is a spectrum, right? So you might have somebody who's between 1 and 2, right? You might have somebody who's farther on the 2 than, and or farther on the 1, right? And then you might have someone who is exceptional, right? But he doesn't speak of these terms because he is a physician, right? And he's only going off of the diagnostic manual, the DSM-5. So he's kind of stuck, right? Where he can't make the because I'm sure if it was in a different setting and we asked him, wouldn't you say that some people could be between a 2 and a 3? I mean, he might give us like a long answer or something, but I think that he may be like, yeah, because it's a spectrum disorder. So yeah. Um, well, with the evaluation result, this isn't just autism. There's definitely some brain psychotic issue going on there. Um, you know, I don't want to spoil the end of it, but I was surprised about the ending as well because I also wanted to go back and listen to it. Um, because I remember thinking that this guy was like, I was like, what did that? Well, the reason why I went back and listened to it, I was doing some research on my computer and I had an earbud in listening different podcasts and stuff, and I kind of stumbled upon this again. And I was like, oh, this is the guy that was kind of saying that he's autistic, and I want to hear his analysis again. And as I was listening, I'm like, he's pretty spot on, and putting it in good terms for the jury to understand. Um, but I don't want to ruin the end of the interview. But I remember thinking, well, I'll tell you guys whenever it comes about. But thank you, Rosebud.
People usually will have human representations on the test. If you're interested in humans, you'll see humans on the equalize. You didn't see a one. Not a fictional human, not a real human, or not a human part. Nothing. No cooperative human movement. And that suggests really deficient social understanding, deficient understanding of people, a lack of interest in people, really. The NMPI test is a self-report, true-false test. There's 330 some odd items. They answer true or false to those. There are different scales that measure things like depression, anxiety, mania, paranoia, disturbed thinking, and I had him fill that out.
Okay, guys, so pretty extensive true false test, 300 and some odd questions that he was evaluated with. And again, this is more of a psychological evaluation, but that they're doing because Nicholas Godejohn obviously, unalived Gypsy Rose's mother in a very brutal and, as Rosebud pointed out, psychotic fashion. But we're also finding out that, old Jip Jip was really in this kid's head, and also, demasculating him, telling him that she didn't think he was really going to be able to do it, and all kinds of stuff. We're going to get into Gypsy more, but I just wanted to kind of point that out as well.
And did you come to any conclusions as a result of that test?
I did.
And what were those?
He reported a lot of symptoms. He was not functioning very well at the time that I saw him. He talked about having some unusual sensory and perceptual experiences at that time. He was experiencing some depression, and he was also experiencing some paranoia.
And then the third test I think you said you administered was the thematic apperception test?
Yeah.
And tell us a little bit about how you do that test.
As I said, it's a series of pictures, and ask them to make up a story with a beginning, a middle, and an end to correspond with the pictures.
And what was the result of that test?
Very primitive, very basic and concrete stories with very little understanding of the motivations of the characters. It's very simplistic.
Now, in your evaluations, and in particular in your evaluation of Mr. Godejohn, do you often use proverbs to try to determine a person's thinking?
I always do.
Okay. Tell us a little bit about why you do that.
Well, there's a section called the mental status examination, and part of that section is I ask them proverbs to see if they can think abstractly. And so things like strike while the iron is hot, a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush, Rome wasn't built in a day, don't cry over spilled milk. And if they can provide an abstract interpretation, they're higher up the developmental ladder than somebody that interprets it concretely. And so I did that with Nick.
Do you remember which particular saying you used?
Got it.
Okay.
Okay, guys, so really quick, he took a second. He had to look at his report, and then they entered it in as an exhibit, but I kind of skipped over that piece. But I just kind of wanted to point out here that, it seems to me like when they're using these proverbs, don't cry over spilt milk. The ones that he was listing off, he's about to kind of list the specific ones that he asked Nick about. Because a person who is on the spectrum thinks very literally, it's difficult for them to kind of pick up on some of this stuff, unless they've heard it before and then somebody explained it to them and then they, remember that. but I think this part could be a little bit more accurate as to understanding if maybe someone's on the spectrum because they're just so literal, and so, you know, one in the hand is better than having two in the bush kind of thing. And I know I botched that, but you know, basically they're saying, you know, a sure thing that you have in your hands is better than, you know, two birds that are in a bush that you haven't shot yet and they're not in your hand, you know, you don't have them yet, right? And so in that way it would be difficult for someone to do that, and we're going to hear that there was three of them given and he only understood one of them or knew what one of them meant. And so I found that to be interesting too, just all of this in how they are determining, you know. And I mean, this is the best that people have to offer. I mean, this is the core. And you know, he's you know, I did put his credentials in earlier, guys, and he was accepted as a witness, excuse me, an expert witness in this trial. And so, um, you know, I think it's just interesting that these are the things that they do. Um, and there's a strong possibility, in my opinion, that Devlin could have had some of these evaluations performed on him, especially because he was in the court system. So I'm not saying 100% that he did or 100% that he didn't either, but
Which particular proverbs did you use with Mr. Godejohn?
Don't cry over spilled milk. Rome wasn't built in a day, and a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush.
Let's start with the first one. Don't cry over spilled milk. What was his response to that? How did he finish that particular proverb or saying?
He gave an abstract interpretation for that. He said, don't cry over a situation that isn't as big as it seems.
Okay. Did that tell you anything?
That was good. That showed some capacity for abstract thought.
Okay. I think the next one you said was Rome was not built in a day.
Yes.
How did he finish that particular one?
He told me he didn't know what that meant.
Okay. What does that tell you?
Difficulty with abstract thought.
A bird in a hand is worth two in the bush. Is that the next one?
Yes.
And how did he respond to that? Or how did he complete that?
He couldn't interpret that one either. He said he didn't know what the last two meant.
Do you use hypotheticals?
I do.
In your testing?
I do.
Why?
Judgment questions. You give somebody a hypothetical scenario and ask them how they would respond to it. And it's a way of getting an idea of their judgment.
And did you use any hypotheticals in the evaluation of Mr. Godejohn?
I did.
Okay, guys, really quick before we get into hypothetical situations and what the doctor thinks about that, I do want to also say that this part reminded me of, or Little Miss Sharon's comment actually reminded me of what Dr. Gary Bricado, I cannot talk tonight, you guys, I swear. Dr. Gary Bricado said about people on the autism spectrum, and if they show, or excuse me, if they're because of their lack of interpersonal skills and empathy, if that makes them more apt to commit a violent crime type of a thing. That's what they were talking about. And I thought that was so interesting, because I think trauma is a really big one. And then when Little Miss Sharon says, look at Brian Koberger, I mean, I think because they lack that you would think that would be a more common occurrence, but it's really not, especially according to an expert like Dr. Gary Bricado. So he does say that typically it's a very low number statistically of people on the spectrum who commit violent crimes. And again, Nicholas Godejohn is one of those people. Rosebud, thank you, says, actually, you're right. It's too abstract for a literal person. I think it's a good indication. I think that one would be a good one in hypotheticals, you know, and just to gauge it a little bit, you know, it's just so tough. I wish we did have better practices in place though. And I was just baffled too that, you know, in the early 90s, I think he said 1993, was when they actually added autism spectrum disorder to the DSM-5. I was like, wow. But even though they've been aware of it since 1940, according to this doctor.
Which ones did you use?
The first one, I use these all the time. I like them. So the first one was, You're sitting in a crowded movie theater and you're watching a movie, the place is packed, and you're the first one to see smoke and fire in the building. Well, what should you do?
Why do you ask that?
Well, there's a right answer to it and there's a wrong answer to it. And so it's a way to assess judgment.
And what was his answer in the evaluation?
Probably yell fire and run out of the building.
Okay, guys, so this one I think is a little bit, I think this one's a little bit maybe inaccurate. I don't know, but I mean, some people would panic and they would see the smoke and they would say, shut fire, and they'd run, you know? But I mean, so this part is interesting because I kind of don't know that that's the best judge of this. As Rosebud was saying, like this one I kind of didn't compute because I'm like, I mean, you just never know what you're going to do in a stressful situation, and if you've never, you know, been in search and rescue, you might not know what to do if there's a fire. Like, oh my gosh, fire, you know, there's usually fire exits, but I can see what the doctor's saying, like everyone's going to panic and it's going to be mass hysteria. You know, so it's like, but this one is kind of open because some people might just yell fire and they just don't even realize it because of the trauma response or because it's a stressful situation. Oh, he's talking about Nicholas Godejohn, Little Miss Sharon. So he evaluated him after he took Gypsy's mom's life, and then, you know, he's an expert witness, I believe, for the defense. So, because I know that they were having some issues, like what they can bring in and what they can't. And I think they even didn't. I think they actually, if I can remember correctly, were trying to fight to not have the expert testimony brought into evidence because they really wanted to pin it on Nick. And I also just thought it was appropriate too, because I really want to do a deep dive into that case. So, but yeah, I just kind of stumbled upon that one, you know, this again. And he just does a good job of kind of, you know, from a clinical standpoint, what they would do to kind of assess someone with autism. And I thought it was, you know, good, you know, to bring it in for Sebastian and Devlin, because a lot of these elements we can see in both of their behaviors.
Do you consider that to be the right answer?
No, that's the exact thing you don't want to do, because if you yell fire, you're going to create panic.
You asked him any other hypotheticals?
I did.
What was that?
You're walking beside a lake and you see a small child playing alone, unsupervised, out at the end of a pier next to the water. What would you do?
And what was his response to that?
His judgment was better in that situation. He said, I'd probably ask them where their parents are and contact the authorities. I'd try and find the parents of the child, maybe.
And you thought that was a better answer?
Yeah, that's basically what you're supposed to do, is make sure that the child is not unattended and get help.
Dr. Franks, earlier you mentioned the IQ test. You administered an IQ test. What is the name of the IQ test you administered?
It's called the Wechsler Adult Intelligence Scale, 4th edition. The WEX4.
I'm sorry, why did you use that?
It's the standard in the field for evaluating IQ.
Tell us a little bit about the test.
Was broken up into 4 components, and they're each considered an aspect of intelligence. One is called verbal comprehension. Those are verbal tests, vocabulary, information. There's one called similarities that measures abstract reasoning. And then there's another subscale that is called perceptual reasoning. Those are tests that involve visual problems. One is putting blocks together to make geometric patterns, and then the other one is a maze test. And then there's working memory, which is the ability to hold something in memory while you perform an operation or a manipulation with it. And the last one is called processing speed, and that's the ability to process novel information and novel stimuli.
And then do you have an overall IQ that you determined from all of these?
Yes.
Let's take it one at a time. I think you mentioned verbal communication. What does that tell you as a psychologist when you look at that, when you get a score there?
Well, it's the ability to solve verbally presented problems. So some people are verbal problem solvers, some are more visual. And if they do well on the verbal, then that means that if they hear something, they're going to have a better time solving it if they score higher on the verbal subtests.
Did you get a score, a raw score, in his verbal communication?
I did.
What is that raw score?
His index score was 96. That's based upon a standard score, and the mean would be 100. So his verbal comprehension was average.
And did you come up with a percentile?
39th percentile.
And tell us what that means, so we're all clear what you mean by 39 percentile.
That's where he would rank, with 100 being the highest. Percentile rank is based upon 0 to 100. And it's basically your place in the normative sample of people that have taken this test.
You also mentioned working memory. Tell us what that is.
Working memory is the ability to hold something in memory and perform an operation or a manipulation with it. On this test, it's measured by giving somebody a string of digits, then they have to repeat them back to you in reverse order. And then also given some random digits, and they have to sequence them from lowest to highest.
Did you come up with a score?
Yes.
What is the raw score in working memory?
77.
And did you come up with a percentile where that would rank?
Yes.
What's that?
6th.
Meaning 94% of the population would have a higher score, is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
What about perceptual reasoning? What is that?
That's the ability to solve problems visually, sometimes with your hands, sometimes just visually.
Did you come up with a raw score there?
Yes.
What was that?
It was 90.
What percentile would that be?
25th.
What about processing speed? What is that?
Processing speed is the ability to look at novel information and reproduce it in some manner. Integrate it and reproduce it.
Did you come up with a raw score?
I did.
What's that?
74.
What percentile would that be?
4th.
Again, 96, if I'm adding right, percent of the population would be higher.
That's right.
Did you come up with an overall IQ for Mr. Godejohn?
I did.
What's that?
82.
And what percentile would that be?
12th percentile.
Okay, guys, so this is really interesting, and just some of what has been gathered here, in regard to talking about Nick Godejohn, even with little Miss Sharon saying you're asking a person who has never had children what they would do, and for him to be able to answer that with a precisely right, way to handle the situation is interesting, especially knowing the brutality that he participated in and single-handedly executed, allegedly, although I do believe, because of seeing the crime scene photos, that Gypsy may have been also helping or something. I'm still doing research and wrapping my mind around the new information that's come out. The standard the standard says, Rosebud, that's the part that tells me it's based on someone who came up with the standard questions and standard processing. Right? No, I see what you're saying. Absolutely. Really give this to someone on the spectrum. And I think that because of the situation that is at hand with Nicholas, I think that's why they're giving him all of this and not really considering his autism first, because of the violent crime that was committed, and they're coupling this with a psychological evaluation, which I just thought was interesting to kind of leave in here, because I don't know, maybe Devlin was being evaluated in some other ways, or maybe he would have been asked to do some of this evaluation, knowing that he was, going into an environment, and he was able, and he was getting into trouble, right? But he was able to really, function, but he was also getting into trouble. So it's almost like they were giving him too much leeway in that regard. And I mean, the courts, the whole 9 yards. and not understanding that that in and of itself is overwhelming, but then coupled with the fact that he was getting kicked out and had to make bad decisions based on his circumstance. It's just all very interesting. But as it pertains to this case, I don't think that they would have treated him so harshly. In my opinion, the prosecution was trying to get something to show that Mr. Godejohn had psychotic tendencies or that he had major depravity and mental issues, when based on the evaluations that are being described, they didn't come to that conclusion. So it's a little bit different on how they're treating Mr. Godejohn, in my opinion, because they're trying to pin the murder on him and him only. But come to find out, there's like all these videos that are coming out and showing that he was groomed by Gypsy Rose. So it's going to be inconclusive because the person is on the spectrum and they don't perceive things the way the standard expects them to. And I see that too, Rosebud, and I think that's very interesting and something to really note. And I appreciate you bringing that to the conversation, because yeah, they're saying that they're holding them to a standard that they're not going to meet, and that's very I just think that's too much to ask. I agree with what you're saying, and how can they do a proper evaluation when the result is always going to fall short? So I completely understand what you're saying. And justice for New, I cannot believe that poor little kid. I mean, I can't even believe somebody would be that neglectful. I mean, I have a lot of experience with seeing children who are on the spectrum or individuals on the spectrum who do show a lot of empathy. And I think a lot of that is also how we're looking at somebody just individually, right? Because even with Devlin, he was described by other people as having empathy and a very deep feeler and thinker. And again, I don't know if trauma has helped that along. I would imagine it would have. But even Sebastian, we see that he's very careful when it comes to girls, right? He's playing tag with the little girls and he's very nice, light tag, right? He's not like, bulldozing kids over and stuff like, a lot of little boys would be. And then also helping the little girl with the sash. And Sebastian was very young when that happened. So he was absolutely empathetic to begin with, in my opinion, just based on observing him when he was a child. I think it's so individualized. That's why I hate putting labels or like saying this is autism. Here's this bow on it. I think it's just more about like understanding more and more and asking questions and having people like you guys in the chat that are knowledgeable, that have children on the spectrum, your grandchildren on the spectrum, and every one of them is an individual. We all are. So I think it's important to have good conversations about it. Yeah, Gypsy's the one that lacks all the empathy, in my opinion. Rosebud, exactly. Exactly.
Now, let's talk a little bit about that overall score. Are there different categories of functioning when one has higher or lower IQs? The different categories?
Yes.
What are the categories?
Well, there's superior, high average, average, low average, borderline, and deficient.
And how does one fit in one of the categories? Is it based on his or her score?
Well, it would be generally based upon the full scale IQ. However, when there's so much variability or spread in the scores, sometimes the overall IQ is not the most representative score, because the person does really well on some things and poorly on others.
Is that what you noticed in this case?
Yes, a lot of variability, a lot of spread in the scores.
And what did that tell you as a psychologist?
Sometimes it's associated with neuropsychological impairment. Autism is considered a brain-based disorder, a neurological disorder, and I think that this is symptomatic of that. Working memory and processing speed are sensitive to neuropsychological impairment, and that was his poorest performance.
And where did his overall IQ rank in terms of the categories?
He would be considered low average, although processing speed and working memory were borderline.
All these scores taken together, what does that tell you about Mr. Godejohn?
Generally speaking, his overall IQ is low average. His ability to comprehend verbal information is within the average range. His visual motor problem solving is in the average range. He's going to have difficulty processing information. His memory's not very good, particularly if he has to remember something and manipulate it in some way. He's going to struggle with that.
All right. So really quick, guys, I just want to pop in and say with Devlin, he's very good at remembering things. He's really good at numbers. He's really good at directions. There's a lot of things that he's really good at, right? And as an individual, that's one thing that he excels at is remembering numbers and that sort of thing. So I would think that he would score higher. Again, because we don't know the specifics, I just think it's safe to have a conversation pertaining to Devlin's autism, and as they're discussing autism spectrum disorder, I just think that it's interesting. Some of these pieces do kind of fit into what we're talking about in Devlin's case and understanding him a little bit more too. And so, but that is one thing I just want to point out is that Devlin had a really great memory. That's one thing Tamara shared very early on. And, you know, everyone's kind of said that as well. Very, very good. It's not like he would get lost. I do want to preface that too. Very good with directions, wouldn't get lost very easily. Excuse me. And then also just that he has a very good memory.
Now, tell us what the wide range achievement test is.
It's an academic achievement test. It measures reading, spelling, and arithmetic.
Did you do that test with Mr. Godejohn?
I did.
Tell us what categories you're looking at in that test.
I administered the reading, spelling, and math computation subtests.
Tell us, how do you score that when you read? Is there a... maybe I'll just ask you. Let's start with reading. Did you achieve a score with Mr. Godejohn on reading?
Yes.
What was that score?
His standard score was 93, based upon a mean of 100, so that's average. That's just sight reading ability, the ability to look at a word and pronounce it correctly.
And what percentage of the population would that put him in?
It was at the 32nd percentile.
What about spelling? What score did he get there?
His standard score was 102 and a percentile rank of 55.
What about math computation?
Math was significantly lower. It was at the 75th percentile. I'm sorry, the 75th standard score and a percentile rank of 5.
Did you do any neurological screening?
I did.
What is neurological screening?
Well, these are processing tests. They're considered screening tests. And if somebody performs in the impaired range on them, it provides some evidence that they're suffering from neuropsychological deficits.
Okay, and then also, guys, I think it's also really fair to say that, you know, if you give someone a test, right, one day, it might have a lot to do and a lot of variables involved when it comes to, you know, are they doing well today? You know, their mental state, are they tired? Are they, you know, did they get enough sleep the night before? You know, things like that. I mean, it's not like you could study for these tests. And, you know, it's not as if there's like a right and wrong answer. They're just simply evaluating based on your answers. But I do find it to be a little bit less accurate, right? Because there can be a lot of things that are factored in where they wouldn't do as well on some things as they would on others. Now, when they completely have a very low score, then, I mean, obviously they're not good at that subject. But again, I think that there's a lot to be said about, you know, how they do these evaluations and, you know, the person that they're doing the evaluation on as well. You know, mindset and everything should be considered, although I know that's difficult. And I know this series of testing was done, one day I think he was there for 7 hours, the other day he was there for 4 hours, and then he spent some time on the phone with Nicholas's dad. Rosebud says, how does he know that enough to say that based on a standard test that he just said showed variable differences because of the autism? This is the part that pisses me off. Well, and I mean, I think a lot of it has to do with just sticking to the standard of the method of testing, which also does really, pigeonhole people and their complex and different individual abilities. So I agree there.
What was the result of your visual screening test?
They were both considered processing tests, and he performed in the impaired range on both of them. His processing speed is slow, and that's evidence of neuropsychological impairment.
What about symbol digit modalities? Did you do that?
I did.
And what did you find there?
He was beneath the 10th percentile. His processing speed is slow.
Now, you talked a little bit about having evaluated him. Did you draw any conclusions about Mr. Godejohn and as it relates to DSM-5, where he may be on that?
Yes.
What did you conclude?
He has an autism spectrum disorder. I also administered an autism quotient test, and he was positive on that. And it supported the diagnosis of autism spectrum disorder, and in my opinion, it was at the level 2.
Is that consistent with?
Okay, guys, so I find this to be interesting. And I agree, Rosebud. And one thing about Sebastian, and he was really, really good at math, right? Everybody said that was a favorite subject of his. And, I think a lot of it is what's going to hold interest, right? And that's for any of us. And then also, I wonder how much, left and right brain hemisphere, if you're more left brain, right brain, how that really factors in when they're evaluating for things like autism as well. Because, again, there's no standard, there's no norm. And, but I found this to be interesting. So this time that Mr. Godejohn was evaluated, he was now back down to a level 2 on his evaluation. And I guess this doctor's theory has to be correct about the cognitive decline or, seeing more of a deficit, right? Or a regression when we take the structure and, their routine out of the mix, right? So the structure and the routine being removed has a negative effect, as the doctor was saying. So I think that that's very interesting, and something to consider when we're thinking about Devlin, when we're thinking about Sebastian. Oh, he was back in the pull-ups. Well, yeah, because of the stress, because of the abuse, because of fear. In my opinion, a lot of things can factor in there, right? And stress is a big one. Trauma is a big one. Abuse is a big one, right? Those are things that are disrupting your everyday life. For someone on the spectrum, that is absolutely cruel and unusual punishment, in my opinion, right? So again, I just kind of wanted to point out that that's interesting, because first Nicholas was at a 2, then they moved him to a 1, now he's back down to a 2 again. So again, every time you're evaluated, the numbers will fluctuate. And especially when we think about, I find it funny that when we talk about the range of IQ, there's so many different little subsets, but when we're talking about a spectrum disorder, we have 3, or they've reduced it down to 3. Very interesting.
His earlier diagnosis?
It's consistent with his school records, his Social Security records, and an evaluation that was performed by Dr. Goldstein in 2010.
Do you have testing that you do to help determine this?
Yeah, the autism?
Yes.
Yes.
And what kind of testing do you do? What is it called, first of all?
I use the autism quotient, and it's based upon 3 tests. The first is an autism questionnaire, and it's basic autism questions about primarily social behavior and collecting behavior. There's a second test that's called the empathy quotient. People who suffer from autism have deficits in empathy. It's called the theory of the mind. They have difficulty understanding other people's points of view. They cannot put themselves in someone else's shoes. The empathy quotient helps measure that. And then the third is the relatives questionnaire, and I administered that with his dad over the telephone.
Do you score these things?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you score the first one, the autism questionnaire?
Well, I have a spreadsheet and type in the scores. I had him fill them out on a form, and then I entered them into the spreadsheet, and the computer scored it.
Did you come up with a score?
I did.
Tell us what the score is, and we'll talk a little bit about that.
On the autism spectrum quotient, the AQ, he scored 30.
What does that mean to you? Because it probably doesn't mean much to any of us since we don't really understand it, but what does it mean to you?
It's in the high range. Most people with autism spectrum disorders score around 32, according to the research on this scale. He scored at 30, and it would be considered a high score. He's endorsing a lot of symptoms of autistic spectrum disorder.
What about the empathy quotient? What kind of score did you get on that?
He obtained a score of 27.
What does that tell you?
Again, that was in the impaired range. He showed significant deficits in empathy, or the ability to understand other people and put himself in their shoes and understand others, their emotional perspectives, empathy. He's deficient in that.
In the relatives questionnaire, what did that tell you? Because I assume you were talking to a third person, right?
His father. His father reported he had a lot of autistic symptoms. He had difficulty forming relationships with peers. There was some rocking behavior, a little bit of head banging behavior as a kid. He would bang his head against walls while he rocked. He collected things like rocks, action figures, very little peer development while he was growing up. He never formed a social niche. He was solitary. And the relatives questionnaire was positive for autism spectrum disorder. All 3 of these were.
Overall.
Yeah, and I think the fact that Devlin had to kind of live out on the streets opened him up, made him more vulnerable. And Holly's talking about her son being, level 1, but very vulnerable, and also watches, your expressions like a hawk, right? Very empathetic in that way to make sure how you're feeling. And I think that's the big difference with Devlin as well, and Sebastian too. That we can just see it from observing even Sebastian and Katie, right? You could tell that he was very in tune to what she was doing, right? Very attentive, I call it, of his mom. And I could see little Miss Sharon also saying, yeah. And I mean, it's something too when there's a bond. And I think when the bond isn't there, that's where there's such a major disconnect as well. And I would have liked to have heard his take more on that. When he was talking about Nicholas's mom kind of leaving him alone a lot as a little kid, that could have made it to where he distanced himself completely and isolated him from people, and then started worrying more about his collections and about objects, and was closer to animals because those are the things that did not disappoint. Um, when you have a loving environment, that it just makes all the difference, you know? It really does. It's like, and when they can model and see that from such a young age, true empathy coming from a parent, they're also going to kind of learn that, right? They're gonna model behaviors too. Of those, that they see fit. And two, I think with little Miss Sharon talking about how when it comes to someone on the spectrum dealing with someone who is always oppositional and who, always constantly going back and forth with them, right? It's going to cause them more stress and anxiety, and there's going to be more issues, right, involved. So, I mean, I absolutely agree with that too.
What do these tests tell you about Nicholas Cody Jr.?
That he has an autism spectrum disorder. Characterized by severe deficits in social understanding, social reciprocity, understanding nonverbal cues, understanding emotions, and then an insistence on sameness, inability to venture outside of his house, and the collective behaviors that's characteristic of the disorder. Autism spectrum disorder, level 2.
Okay, guys, so they asked him again, what did you diagnose? What is all your tests and all of those scores, bring you to what conclusion, doctor? And he says autism spectrum disorder. Well, Vlad, I cannot talk today. Autism, I'm not drinking, I promise. Autism spectrum disorder level 2. And then he repeats because, they asked again because they're looking to find something, because he literally took a bus to Springfield, Missouri from Big Bend, Wisconsin, and took the life of Gypsy's mother. And she had planned the whole thing, right? And he brutally stabbed her and damn near decapitated her. And according to everything, court documents and photos. And they're trying to figure it out, because typically people on the spectrum do not participate in these violent crimes, and so it's very a statistically low thing. And so the courts again are saying, okay, well, what did you find? And he repeats, autism spectrum disorder level 2. That's it.
Anything else that you added to that?
No.
Anything about support?
Requiring substantial support with accompanying intellectual impairment.
And was that part of your diagnosis?
Yes.
What does that mean, requiring substantial support with accompanying intellectual impairment?
It's a specifier in the DSM-5. It means that he requires substantial support in order to be able to function adequately. He needs supervision and he needs structure, or he could pose a danger to himself or others.
All right. He needs support and structure, routine, or he could pose a problem to himself or others. Right. And that's what we see with Devlin. He was really getting out of control in some of his behaviors and the way that he was showing outwardly that he was being treated at home and everything. So the fact that he didn't have a support system is a direct there's a direct correlation there to him getting in trouble, to him ultimately going missing, in my opinion. And I really do believe that. So I'm just going to play this ending through. All right, guys. So we have a guardianship situation, and because we've been on so long, it was taking me a while to load in, and then we were talking about everything. So we kind of didn't get to the court documents I wanted to go over, so we'll have to just kind of do a part 2 on that. But we're going to deep dive into them nonetheless. I love rocks, Rosebud. I really do. I do. I collect them too. Like, especially, down off a table rock, you would just find the coolest rocks out there. Rosebud says, I collect rocks as a kid, and I've never been diagnosed as being a person on the spectrum. You see what I mean? You see how they reference certain things as being classic autistic behavior. Well, and I thought about that too when it comes to collections, like collecting things. I'm like, well, that doesn't mean that everybody that collects things is on the spectrum, right? Because yeah, I think that would be so generalized, and again, if we like things, we tend to collect them. And then also there's a lot of marketing out there that like encourages that, right? Like, for instance, um collect all 5 special edition figurines or whatever, so like that to me, I totally get what you're saying. It just doesn't ring true every single time. And again, like, I'm a rock hound. I'll be looking for rocks and things. Now it's shells because I live in Florida. But I mean, I love collecting shells now, but I mean, that doesn't mean like that I'm so obsessed, but I think it's maybe the level of collecting, or I know, because I just think that's so that's so generalized. I agree. I agree wholeheartedly, with that, because yeah, I did. It's funny that you say this, because I'm thinking when I was watching this back again, I'm like, well, collecting things shouldn't be, the tell all or the end all be all, like you're on the spectrum. That's how these tests are performed, and that's what I disagree with. Yeah, and I mean, and they're also, even though they've been updated, they're quite archaic. And again, some people aren't as imaginative. So like, for instance, when he was talking about, and I know this is more of the psychological evaluation part, but when he was talking about how he was giving him like the scenarios and situations, and told him to make up a story based on this and this, right? And then he was giving really simple answers. That can just mean that he's not as creative, right, as other people. Some people could be like, okay, yeah, so, Mr. Jones went to the store and he did this, and then Mrs. Jones came home and she said this. Some people are good at storytelling. Some people can be creative and on the fly like that. Some people would be like, I don't know, I mean, so it just, again, I agree. And that's another example that I found too to be interesting. Like, if we're gonna be evaluated on that, I'm a little bit nervous, you know, too. So, autistic people definitely read your face and body and level of sound. Yeah, absolutely, little Miss Sharon. And the level of sound is a big one. And remaining calm too, I think is really big, because they are looking for cues, and especially when they don't understand them, that I think that's really where they work extra hard, to understand. And so they are reading your face and your body level, and body language, excuse me, too. um and we could see that with Sebastian doing that with Katie. And then of course you could see his reaction when she was had an aggressive posture. Even though Katie wanted us to believe that Sebastian was the one that was aggressive, and if he got upset with you or angry, he'd be very pointed. And maybe there is some truth to that, but when we're referencing or looking at the Texas Roadhouse video, she's the one that's pointed. She's the one that's aggressive, not Sebastian. It's very interesting. Exactly. Empathy is something that is taught to a person, something that they see and they learn as they grow up. And also, if something bad has happened to someone, they see it happening to someone else, and they will learn empathy in that way as well. I understand that too, Rosebud. And I think that also, when we talk about bullying and children on the spectrum and how they're bullied, I think that's why, you don't catch them bullying other people. You usually see them being kind to others, and showing, a level of respect to others. I agree with that too. Um, yeah, and you see that modeled through, as you're growing up too. That's what's kind of interesting to me about, Devlin's situation. And of course, it's so tough because we don't see Chris and Katie on, any other terms or level, right? We don't see Seth on any other terms or level. So, but I do know that Seth, you know, is a nice person. He's polite and things like that. And I would imagine that maybe Chris and Katie are to a certain extent as well. But again, I just saw that exhibited by Sebastian, just that caring for other people. And when he saw somebody else struggling, he wasn't selfish. He was very selfless, you know? So, um, if I was that lawyer, my next question would be, this doctor would be, well, how many levels of autism are there? I know. Well, and I mean, that's what he kind of broke it down to only the three. And now this was, I think this interview was from like 2016 or 17, if I'm not mistaken. So it's a little bit older of a reference, and there could have been some more changes made in the diagnostic manual. So, ah. Manos can't stand people touching him. Yep, I'm one of the few that was asking to scratch his back, so I felt so privileged. Aw. Yeah, and that's the thing too. It's a trust thing. I think a lot of it, and some people just don't like to be touchy-feely. And that's another thing I think too, um, that can be looked at as either way. Because some people just don't like to be touched by other people. Sometimes those people are, like, very touchy-feely. Um, yeah, that's so sweet though, Faye. That's such a broad statement because his level of support needs could vary from situation to situation. I agree with that too, Rosebud, and I think it just really, speaks to, like, day to day, because, like, some days you're more stressed than others. So, one task that might be a little bit easier to get through, if you've had a bad day. I mean, and that goes for all of us, I mean, I've just had such bad days. I'm like, okay, is anything going to go right? You go to make dinner and you're like, oh, I forgot this or something. And it's like, oh, okay, well, I can't make that. Or, you'll be in the middle of it like, oh, I don't have this or whatever. And you're just like, oh, can this day get any worse? And, that sort of thing. So, I mean, I think that changes things too, because, adding that extra level of stress could really make or break a situation. And if it's a stressful day and that person's tired and they leave the stove, or they leave the oven on overnight, that can be very dangerous, say if they are living on their own, right? And so that's why it's really good to have people to come and check on you. And I think Devlin would have been a good candidate for something like that, where if he had his own studio apartment, he could absolutely take care of himself, as long as he was having some people coming over to help him every now and then, check in on him, just give him some a little extra support and love. Yeah, exactly, Faye. It was strange to see when KP and CP said exactly the opposite for Sebastian. I know. I know. Totally. Hey, Linda Nunley, good to see you. So yeah, absolutely. It was weird. And it was like, oh, and then you got, um, oh, you got the flu. Oh, Linda, I hope you feel better soon. Oh no. Oh my goodness, guys. I've been like dodging the flu and all these sicknesses because I know people are getting sick. And I know it's like, obviously that time of year, and I have been pretty lucky that I haven't gotten down with the sickness yet. um, you know, so I'm like, but I need to make a run and at least go get some cough drops and stuff because I know it's going around. Um, so I hope you feel better, Linda. Oh my goodness. You're the same, Holly. I know, I'm like going, oh my gosh, because you hear about it and you're like, my time is gonna come soon. Sooner or later, I'm gonna catch it. But um I don't go a whole lot of places either, so I think that helps with the germs and stuff, like, because even going to the grocery store, grabbing the cart, everybody's grabbed it, and that sort of thing. But um I've been so heavy into researching and that sort of thing here lately, just with both cases, because there's been a lot to research in Sebastian's case and double check on. And someone might ask me a question, I'm like, oh, I want to get it, get the best answer for them. And so that's something that I've been trying to make sure that we do. So over at the channel, and I've been just working on a lot of stuff. So I've had Nate go out for groceries and stuff. um but I want to get more into like a little bit more into depth, and maybe it's good that I didn't show the court stuff tonight, just because we still have Sabrina's interview to get to. I just kind of got sidetracked, and I just started thinking to myself, if Devlin was emancipated, but they still had to have had him evaluated to a certain extent, and he still has the chromosome deletion and he still has autism. So I just don't know why he wasn't getting that support that he needed and why the judge was okay with it. And as we can see from this doctor's evaluation, that when that structure, and I should have left this part in there, but during this witness testimony, the judge stopped him and said, "Could you slow down?" And I'm like, this guy is not speaking any language besides English, and he's putting it into very understandable terms. And so I just think, guys, and I'm not trying to bash judges, I'm not, but I think they're ill-equipped and they do not understand disorders like autism, right? They just want to know if you can stand trial or not, right? And so I think that there needs to be some better understanding of technology when it comes to judges. And I also think there needs to be more understanding when it comes to people who have special needs. Um, because Devlin is just one case and one person that we know about because he's missing, and that's the sad part, is that he's just one case that we know for a fact fell through the cracks, and we kind of can see why and how it happened, but he's not the only one. And that judge could have been overseeing a lot of children with autism spectrum disorder or special needs in the state of Michigan, and made wrong decisions and wrong calls on that too. And don't forget, Devlin had a guardian ad litem appointed to him, and so that is a lawyer for just him. That is his lawyer, that is court appointed, that has his best interests in mind. And the ball was still dropped. So we had a judge, we had a guardian ad litem, we had DHS, or excuse me, DHHS. We had some mystery social worker. I mean, come on. We got to do better. We got to get a deeper understanding. I agree with you 100%, Rosebud. We need more valid evaluations and testing that can kind of identify this more accurately. And yeah, it's just, there's just so much to be said about how we need to do better. And then the empathy piece, because again, I agree that even though people on the spectrum struggle with interpersonal relationships, it's not always because they don't know how to show empathy or because they're not empathetic. And I just, again, it's just such a wide range. It's such a spectrum. It is a spectrum disorder. And so for them to only put it into 3 categories and kind of, I don't know. It's like they crammed everything in together when it should really be like a big accordion out, but they just took the accordion and shut it, but it really they should open it back up again. And hopefully we'll get better. I think it's promising that we've come a long way, but I think we have a long way to go. Rosebud says, in my opinion, the only way you fail a person on the spectrum is when you rely on acceptance, not acceptance, right? Yes, exactly. And I think that not looking at someone as an individual is another really big failure, right? And I think also when it comes to these missing persons cases, if we only focus on autism, right? If we only focus on the chromosome deletion or cerebral palsy or Tourette's or however many other things that they said that Devlin was experiencing or diagnosed with, then we're selling that person short, and we're not really taking the time to get to know that person or figure out what they might have done. Especially in Devlin's situation, guys, every time I think I can maybe cross something off my list, I add 3 more, right? And even if I do cross the one off the list, a couple more come up. And so with Devlin, it's just basically going through and really combing over details again, you know, because I do have a major issue with a lot of the things that happened in Devlin's case, but also just the way that he was reported. I think that they were looking for him way too early. I think the alarm bells were going off way too early, and I think there's something to be said about that. Why were they so worried about Devlin at 6:30? Right? Because his curfew court ordered wasn't until 10. But even so, you know, a lot of times they were saying he didn't get home until about 8 o'clock at the earliest, and then they were changing it, you know? So you're not sick, Lisa B. Well, that's good. May come live in Australia. I haven't been sick for over 7 years, not one sniff. Everyone on YouTube sick as hell. Look. Oh, Miss Sharon, I know. Well, and I thought maybe too, because especially like when the weather gets chilly, like I'll start getting a little sniffly, but I think it's the weather here too. Because yeah, I know everybody's like, you don't get sick from the weather, it's germs. And I'm like, yeah, but I mean, I start getting sniffy when there's when the weather's so cold. So um Lisa B. Sorry, I read those comments backwards. That's funny. Um, ooh, yeah, Nebraska. Yeah, Nebraska's a fresh air and sunshine everywhere. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Well, and I think getting outside is a very good thing in general, and just getting some good sun or what do they call it? The vitamin D from the sun is always good. Um, but yeah, guys, that's all I really have tonight. I just really wanted to go over that and then some of these crazy, rumors out there. If you hear Katie's pregnant, don't share it with me. I don't want to know. No, I'm just kidding. But I say that, and then the next thing I know, somebody will text me, really? um, but I just kind of want to focus, get our focus back, and maybe just kind of revisit some things. And again, I'm going to be going to Hendersonville, so we'll be getting that trip going. And I'm just going to keep trucking along with Devlin, bouncing ideas off, and I want to do a live about baby Jasper. I do have him on my community wall. And in the video that I just did for, the year of 2025 missing. But I I would really like to go into that case. I think you guys are really gonna like to hear about Jasper's story, and his family just misses him like crazy. Um and I would really like to get, at least some exposure on YouTube, because I don't see a whole lot of people talking about him. And I think that it would be nice to have that. So we'll probably do a live stream about baby Jasper, possibly next week. I just want to be able to get all of the information enough to at least, give us some good, something solid to work off of. So I'll be working on that as well. Um, but I love you guys all so very, very much. And please stay strong out on those streets. No, I'm just kidding. But let's keep talking about possibilities. Let's also all keep working together to find Sebastian, to find Devlin, and all of these missing kids just deserve to be talked about, and for us to put our brains together and to think about where they could be. So I really appreciate you guys sitting with me, nerding out over the psychology portion of true crime. And I really appreciate you guys being here. Thank you again so much. And also, justice for Noog. Happy heavenly birthday to Adam. Thank you guys.